Welcome back to Nintagious. How you guys doing? Hope everyone had a good weekend. I actually feel super refreshed after 2 nights of just sleeping the hell in. But I'm also feeling super anxious to get back to some speedrunning. There we go. Anxious to get back to streaming in general, but also speedrunning. I'm running a little bit behind, so we'll take a couple minutes to kind of get everything settled here before we start. I didn't update the ticker, for example. I gotta do stuff like that. I'll leave it the way where it is right now. Guy, JMT, how you guys doing? Anyone else lurking about? Like I said, I hope everyone had a good weekend. How long has it been since last speedrun night? I don't know. Let me check on that really quick. I forget. November. Actually, not as long as I thought it was. The last thing we did was a Mega Man 1 through 6. We did do some practice speedruns of this last week, but it wasn't like a formal speedrun Sunday. Okay, real quick. I want to fiddle with settings a little bit. Mostly, I don't think... Yeah, let's turn that stuff all the way up. This game's kind of quiet. I don't know if that's even going to persist when I restart the file. I have no idea. Let me see. Where's my splits? There we go. Alright, so I have some, I actually have the next, like, 3 speedrun Sundays planned out. Like, there's actually quite a bit I want to do. And, part of that is not only inspired by Twain doing his speedrun month, but also I need to de-rust those games for when we do our race nights later in the month. And on top of that, if I'm going to be de-rusting that, and with what he found out about setting the Legacy Collection games to Turbo, I should probably try to do another 1 through 6 run, because there's probably a free PB just waiting to happen once I turn Turbo on. So my current plan is we're going to do this tonight. If I get a really solid PB really quickly, we might switch to doing some Mega Man games. I think next week we're gonna just kind of just play the games at random, whichever ones I feel like I need to work on. The week after that, I'd like to do 46 Robot Masters. And then just additional game practice after that, probably. And then I think the week after that will be, depending on how things go, we'll have a 1 through 6 run. I think. Like I said, if I need an extra week of just like practicing the games, then we'll do that. Like whatever's needed, right? But for now, we're gonna settle in on this. Like I said, we did some practice runs of this last week, and I like this speed run. It's simple, it's chill, it's not like. I'm trying to think of a comparison. It's not like super intense. Again, I can't think of a run to compare that to, but like, it's just kind of laid back. And I was also really wanting to pick up a speedrun of something more niche. Mostly for the sake of, like, community, I guess? Because, like, I feel like if I'm gonna get involved in any sort of speedrun community, doing it with, like, the Mega Man games is probably not a good idea, because there's so many people running those, it's gonna be hard to, like, for lack of a better way of putting it, be noticed. Like, who cares, right? They probably have new runners coming in on a weekly basis. Whereas a game like this is going to have, like, a smaller community. So I've been wanting to pick something like this up for a while. It's just, it took a while for me to be like, yeah, this one. Yeah, Galaxy was the big downside with there was two downsides with Galaxy. One is they're really goddamn long, and two, they're kind of boring. And by that I mean a lot of the really like cool stars in that game aren't in the speedrun because they're slow. Like, you don't get to fight like any of the bosses because the bosses are slow, so they just skip them. It's just kind of like, they pick all of, like, the most boring stars because they're fast. And the unfortunate thing there is, even with the fast version of things, it's still a very long run. So, I thought about doing, like, making, like, an all bosses category or something like that. The run's gonna be, like, 4.5 hours long. That's just too much. Like, I typically don't like runs being that long. I can forgive Mega Man 1 through 6 because it's like 6 runs in one, so there's a little bit more like there's a little bit like pacing to it. But sitting with one game for that long is like, especially when it's like just the boring stars. Like, it'd be a little different if I was like fighting the bosses and stuff, I think. But that's not even necessarily what I mean. I mean like runs that are very fast-paced. Did I cut myself? Huh. It's not bleeding, so I'm not gonna worry about it, but it's just like, huh, how'd that happen? When did that happen? Yeah, I can't really think of I mean, a lot of the Mega Man runs get very intense in, like, the Fortress stages. I guess that's a pretty good example. Because at that point, like, things are so rapid fire, and you don't really get a break from anything. Like, you're just going, and it's kind of exhausting. This doesn't really have anything like that. Like, it's all just kind of, like, laid back. There's not a lot of crazy tech involved or anything like that. There's also a lot of different categories. I haven't started learning anything but any percent just yet. I'd like to do, I think, all of the categories except for... I'm not too interested in all... Wait, was all main stages the one I wasn't gonna do? Maybe that was one I was thinking about. Most of the categories seem pretty fun in this, and that's mostly because the game is kind of short. So even the long runs are gonna be, like, under 2 hours, probably. Maybe under, like, 2.5. So I want to look into, like, multiple categories for this game, too. Now, a small issue is that I don't want to have to keep my Game Pass subscription just to run this game. So eventually I'm going to want to buy the game, probably on Switch, because I think the Switch version is the second fastest. The fastest version is PS4 Pro. Specifically PS4 Pro. I don't have a PS4 Pro, so getting it on PS4 would be... I might as well just get it on Switch, because it's faster. And the PC version is actually in an entirely different leaderboard, because that's how much faster the PC version is just on load times. They just have a different board entirely. So, I might not dig into the other categories until I buy the game on console. And then I might start getting a little bit more serious about that. Hey, Scarlet. I don't remember which boss the Mecha Dragon is. I hate to tell you. It's weird that I forgot everything about that game so quickly. I guess it's been, like, a month and a half already, right? Since I played it. And I only played it the once. So I guess that's probably part of it. Yeah, I have these splits set up with the sub-splits. I don't do all games like that, but... Oh, the one in the water. They beat that in one... How? You said that's Tass, though. So I guess I'm not surprised by that. So Bonkless is... There's tech in this speedrun that's one of those glitches that, like, really breaks the game, but they acknowledge the fact that it's not that fun to do, so they have categories that are... It's actually called no bonk hopping, but I like the term bonkless. It's basically, you have that dive attack, right? In the air. If you dive against a wall and bonk off of it, you either... That refreshes all of your, like, double jumps and stuff. So you either, like, double jump after that, and then you do your tail spin, and then you dive against the wall again, or it's tail spin, double jump, and then dive. I forget. You basically just chain those attacks together, and you can climb the wall. And there's a few sequence breaks using that. But like I said, they have a category where it's basically glitchless. And you guys know me, I don't really like glitches that much. I like the stuff that makes sense within the world, but stuff like clipping through walls, the character can't do something like that, right? That's not a natural ability the character has, so I don't really care for stuff like that. Hey, Volpe. How's it going? Your nephew was born yesterday, but you can't go to see him because of the hospital regulations. That makes sense. I mean, it sucks, but it makes sense. And they'll probably be sent home pretty quickly, right? I think the turnaround on that is, like, pretty fast now. Not a fan of damage boosts either. Yeah, I'm... Yeah, like deliberately taking damage to just run through something. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of stuff like that. Oh, hey, you know, how's it going? Alright, I think let's get run 1 going. Are you still comfy and snoozing? You look like it. Yeah, like I said, it probably won't be too long until they're sent home. I'm under the impression that hospitals don't keep you after stuff like that very long anymore. Volpe, you're trying to do something? What? Are you still playing Xenoblade? Okay. Yeah, let's go. Now, the first thing you'll probably notice
it started with the destruction of our home.
Is I'm gonna put the controller down because there's a 2-minute and 45-second cutscene that you can't skip. So I'm gonna keep chatting with you guys.
The Book of Ages. The Guardian Order stood together to fight against him. But in the battle
then it feels less like skipping an enemy and more like using it to your advantage. I get you, I think.
Stranding them far from Sky Castle.
So stuff like taking a hit so that you can just go through something.
The few of us that remained took the book and ran. We spent
Doesn't
years
bother
leading
you as
Jinx
much.
and his family of villainous
You're
children.
listening to music and drawing. That was me last night. I had Twain's stream going, I had music going, and I was arting it up.
Your little game of cat and fox is over, Swifttail.
I imagine Twain will stop in. He might quietly lurk when he does. And I know he has his own stream tonight, so he might not be here long.
But just when all hope seemed lost, something strange happened. The book reacted violently to Jinx's magic. Whether it did so to defend itself or to protect us, its pages scattered wildly in the storm it unleashed. The portal it opened was violent and unstable, pulling Jinx and his kitty litter to some.
Oh, I get you.
But it wasn't the kitty litter the book wanted.
Hold on, Lucky. I've got you.
Before the portal.
No, the storyline's not this heavy. This and the ending cutscene are the only cutscenes in the game. Which sucks because I liked the hand-drawn graphics and everything. It looks super
My
cool.
team can't travel between worlds.
But yeah, there
Been
aren't many
stuck
of them.
Here ever since that day, waiting. I don't know where that portal took him, but I know that Lucky is still out there, somewhere within the book. My name is Lyra Swifttail, and I'm the current head of what remains of the Guardian Order. But this isn't my story. This is Lucky's tale.
So what about the stuff in Mega Man Scarlet when you, take a hit from an enemy and then use those iframes to, run over spikes? I guess that would count as, using the hit to your advantage. There's that moment in Mega Man 2 in Purple Hell that I do, at least, where I, during the platform sections over the spikes, where I, take a hit so that I can fall on the spikes and, run to the exit instead of waiting on the platform.
Come on.
Alright, so we gotta do this, we gotta talk to Greg to activate this, otherwise it's just never there. So most of the stages we do in any percent, we are gonna try to get every clover. We're not try, we are going to get every clover. I should probably come up with a backup, in case for whatever reason I wind up missing one. I want to see a trailer for Space Jam 2, desperately. I saw people pointing out that, there's, some serious anime energy from those screens they showed us. And I'm eager to see it in action. You know what surprises me is I haven't seen anyone complaining about the fact that they're using CGI instead of hand-drawn animation. You'd think people would be upset about that, but nobody seems to be. Not that... I feel like the CGI actually looks pretty good. I don't hate it. See, this is, not intentional, right? You're not supposed to be able to... They don't intend for you to do that, but it's within Lucky's ability to be able to do that. I wonder if this is actually faster to spam jump while you're carrying it, or if they do it just because it's funny and memes. So there's a multitude of stuff we want to do here. We want to get the secret page. We want to get 300 coins. We want to get all the letters. Easy peasy. I'm kind of interested in seeing. I don't know how it's pronounced. Raya? I'm not interested in paying that price. I'm shocked that Disney's even attempting that premium bullshit again. Like, I can't believe people are paying that. Oh crap, I'm a couple coins short. I think that should be easy enough to fix, though. I'm gonna have to start, like... I gotta start routing in, like, a gem pickup or something. I don't know, I thought Mulan was good. I only watched it the once so far, though, but I enjoyed it. I don't think any movie is going to be worth that price, though, honestly. You have to pay, what, $10 just to get Disney Plus. You have to spend $30 for the premium per movie, mind you. That's not something that, like, it's not like it's an extra subscription that gives you access to more stuff. That's a per movie thing. And you don't keep that movie. If you unsub from Disney Plus, you lose access to the movie. Like, it's kind of a fucking ripoff. I'm amazed that people are apparently enough people are paying for it that Disney thinks they can do it again, so must have at least been semi-successful.
Meow. Kibblebaki.
She does look like that squirrel lady. I know what you're talking about. Well, so the illustration does. I think I was talking about this in Twain's stream a little bit. Honestly, like, as far as like the fucking Lola drama, I think the in-movie render looks totally fine. The illustration on the movie poster looks like garbage. And I think that's what people are, like, that's what people are using as an example of, this is why we're mad. They're not looking at the movie still, they're looking at that. Oh no, I can't believe I just did that. Well, that's a pretty big time loss. This stage is, like, so much easier than... It's easier than I'm making it out to be. Most of my mess-ups are because I'm not letting it just give me the win. But yeah, anyway, I think once people see a movie trailer for Space Jam 2, they're gonna shut up about... They ruined Lola! It's like, no, I don't think they did. I think the movie poster illustration just sucks. The movie poster illustration looks like the person didn't know how to draw Lola. Like, it's as simple as that. It just doesn't look good. It's just an ugly drawing. See, here, I think it would have been faster for me to go do one of the sliding block puzzles or something. I should have that backup ready. But ideally, I should never need the backups, so... Yeah, it was a big, nasty time loss. It's weird that they just completely gave her like a mastectomy. Did you see the in movie screen still? Because I swear the in movie render looks totally fine. Looks 100% fine. People are just reacting off of that very bad illustration on the movie poster. Not only that, they're comparing it to fucking fan art. I don't know if anyone's seen that. The thing that you saw on Twitter comparing the two designs, the quote-unquote old design was fan art. It was not a movie still from the original movie. It's typical social media bullshit where people are reacting before doing their fucking research. You know, it's Twitter. Pretty typical Twitter story. But yeah, on the movie poster, it just looks like one of Bugs' old, like, drag gags. Doesn't even look like a different character, that's how bad it looks. It looks like whoever drew it just didn't know how to draw the character, and whoever was in charge approved it without asking any questions. They were just like, yeah, that's fine. Like, they just didn't care. Everyone's comparing it to fan art, that's the problem, because that's what the media, like, popularized it as. Everyone reported on it comparing to fan art, and then nobody did their fucking research, and they just took it at face value. Silly.
Meow. People.
And I think a large part of the problem, too, is, like, I think when studios are releasing a first look at stuff like this, I think they should be, like, a little more careful about it. Like, I don't know, if I was in charge of, like, hey, we want to give the public a first look at Space Jam 2, we want them to be excited about it and not worried that we're gonna fuck it up, I would have taken one look at that poster and said, people aren't gonna like this. We need to, like... We need to show a better look than this. They need to be more aware of stuff like that. It seemed very...
plank in rubble dirt.
Like, they just didn't care enough to get, like, good hype around it.
You'll find curb on the hill.
Now, if you subscribe to the theory of, what happened with the Sonic movie, which I wouldn't necessarily say I believe in it, but you could, potentially believe that they deliberately made it look bad because they thought that that would build more hype than if it looked good. Like, it got more attention because it didn't look good. And then they can fix it, and then they have a success story. Like, look, they listened to everyone, and they fixed it. Now it looks fine. And the sad thing is judging by the in-movie render, in this case, it doesn't look that bad to begin with. So it's a free victory. All they gotta do now is put out a movie trailer, and people will be like, oh no, yeah, Lola looks fine. And then, that's it. They win. And they fabricated a scenario in which they messed up when they didn't actually mess up. It's actually kind of genius marketing, if you think about it. But yeah, from what I can tell from the in-movie render, all they did was they made her clothes baggier. Like, that's it. I didn't see, like, any difference whatsoever. They just made her clothes not skin tight, which is, like, totally fine, honestly. And worse, and I'm not saying they shouldn't have done this, but the studio that did the Sonic movie set a dangerous precedent. Because now people think, oh, well, the Sonic community bitched and moaned until they fixed it, so we can do the same thing to Warner Brothers. We can just bitch and moan until they put Lola back. It's like, oh, shit. That's why caving to fan pressure is not a good thing, sometimes. There we go. That's like one of the only bits of tech in this run, I feel. I'm gonna grab this. Oh, I was a lot closer than I thought I was. I was worried about nothing. Cool, made some time back there. I think I lost some time last week there because I, like, thought I missed the secret page or something and started doubling back. I don't fully remember what happened. It was not great, though. But yeah, Scarlet, look up the movie still. And I bet you're gonna be like, oh, this looks fine. Also, Basketball Dude looks anime as fuck. What's going on here? I don't know basketball. I don't know sports at all. This is no surprise to any of you. It's LeBron James, isn't it? The real question is Bill Murray gonna be in the movie? I think I missed this on one run last week, too. Okay, I don't need these coins. If I recall correctly, that was all bad. Missed one, but we should be fine. I hope we're fine. It's gonna feel bad if I'm 10 short. We should be fine. Yeah, totally fine. They only just released the first, like, look at it this past week, full pay. I think we've known about it for a while, but, like, I feel like in this day and age, there's often movies that, like, we know that are in development for so long that we sometimes forget that they're in development. And then suddenly they're like, oh yeah, here's the first look, and we're like, oh yeah, that was a thing they were making. Or sometimes it's, here's a movie we're making, and then for, like, 5 years you don't hear anything else about it. And then it either just quietly disappears, or then you hear like, oh, well now we changed directors, and oh no. Well, that's unfortunate. But you also don't keep up on stuff like that, right? If it weren't for the fact that I now actually keep an eye on Twitter, for better or worse, I probably wouldn't have heard about it either.
Curveball.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes that stuff's in development for forever. And I think that's mostly because they're too quick to tell us that things are in development these days. There's the desire to be like, we gotta get everyone excited about this, even though we haven't even finished the script yet, and it might not ever be finished. Which, I mean, games are the same way, right? They'll pretty often be like, we're making this, and what they mean is they've started thinking about making it.
Yeah, work. Now see, let's do this. Oh,
I may have screwed up. So you start from the right, because those are the pillars that rise first. Now I know that. I thought I made some time back there, but by the time this cutscene finishes, pretty sure I won't. Yeah, barely. The fact that I almost made back that time I lost bodes well. It means there's a lot of time for there's a lot of room for improvement in this run. I said it last week, I'll say it again. If I could have the developers make any one change for the sake of speedrunning, it would be skippable cutscenes. I'm really curious to know how much time you could save if all these cutscenes were skippable. And dialogue. I'm thinking at least 10 minutes. Okay, this is the one that I mess up sometimes, so hopefully, hopefully I don't. Hello? Go, please. No, 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 no. Oh my god, go. Actually only made one mistake, I had it right. And there was just a couple unresponsive tail moments. Enough to lose a little bit of time, but that's okay. I think the one thing that sucks about the any % run is that we basically only do side-scrolling stages. Like the big 3D exploration stages, we just never do. I just have to decide, like, which of the other categories I want to learn first. I mean, 100% will probably be last. I guess I would want to learn all stages. Oh, all stages New Game Plus was the category I wasn't interested in learning. Which is basically the game's already beaten, and then you just do a series of individual level runs in a row. That's the one I'm kind of like, eh. So it probably makes sense to do all stages first. Then all pages, then 100%. Because that'll be like nice and progressive, right? There's actually one of your acrobatic damage boosts coming up, Scarlet. I don't do it yet, but I'll explain it when I pass it. Man, I got more gems than I needed. Shit, did it again. I don't need to be on this side. Yeah, right here. You just jump on top of that thing and ride it up. I don't think I even made the right cycle for it, so doing it wouldn't have necessarily even saved me any time. But if you make the cycle right, you could just jump on that thing, take damage, and then ride it up to the top. Cool. Made some time back. Alright, sliding block puzzle 2, which is right above us. And then we go back, right back there to crawl, walk, run. Missed my split. Bad. Stop doing that. It's easy to forget I'm on those for some reason. Can't remember if there's anything especially difficult about this one. These are pretty simple, really. It's just you have to make sure not to goof. You can't find the movie still? It's because fucking internet wants you to not see it. Because then you're gonna see that there's actually no problem at all. There's only like 4 movie stills. If you look for like movie stills, I assume they'd be easy to find. Not that the cutscenes aren't incredible, it's just, you know, this sucks up a lot of time in the grand scheme of things. That was like another 20 seconds added to the cutscene total. Really, one of the biggest downers about this game, speedrun-wise, might be the boss fights, actually. The boss fights are designed in a way where you just gotta kind of wait until you get your opportunity to attack them, which means you can't make these go any faster. Like, it's very easy to optimize these fights. Like, in theory, I should never lose time on one of these. Fights. I should never gain time on them either, which is the thing that sucks. Too bad. But I guess it's better than having to learn some convoluted tech to do it, like, super fast, right? It's just a downer. Case in point. Alright, I actually lost a little bit of time there. I suck. It's also better than them being this, where you can only make it go so fast, and also super difficult. Like, at least they're not very difficult. Yeah, the one where she's jumping into the high five. Yeah, it looks totally normal, right? Looks completely fine. Like, that was probably another 20 or 30 seconds lost to cutscenes. looked weird because it's CG. Even then, I think it could look worse. At least they still look like cartoon characters. It doesn't look like, say, the Chipmunks movies. Like, I think in that regard they did fine, really. Now, did it need to be hyper-realistic CG? That's the thing, and I said this about, like, I'm surprised more people aren't upset that it is CG instead of just hand-drawn animation. I think I screwed up here. Oops. Yeah, I screwed this one up. Fuck. I think I, like, outright screwed it up. No, wait. I can fix this. Somehow. I'm not sure how, but somehow. Oh, fuck. What did I do? I totally blanked on this one somehow. This one usually doesn't give me any trouble. You over here. You here. Here. There. I don't know where it went off the rails before, but there were some wires crossed in my brain. Man, they have more orders with them? I mean, I guess it's better than no business, right? I guess that's the thing to keep in mind, is in this current state of the world, there's a lot of businesses that probably just can't find the business. Now, that Pi Day thing sounds frustrating. I'll give you that one. That sounds shitty. It doesn't sound like they're even going to be making much money off of that at the prices they're offering. Oh, right. I think I didn't get enough coins on this one last run, so I have to make sure to get a couple of extras. This foxhole's weird. Although I did grab that gem at the beginning, so we'll be fine, actually. But I didn't have to grab that. Probably route that better. They honestly shouldn't be doing anything to encourage people dining in anyway. Not yet. I think pickup is definitely the preferred option. Or it should be. So these time losses suck, but I'm also making the time back, which, like I said earlier, that bodes well for, like, the run in general, because that means that there's still a lot of time saved for me to find in the long run. As in, like, in future runs. Big picture, right? The Pi Day thing is it's at least normal pizzas, right? You don't have to do anything special like that weird Valentine's one. It's just gonna be a lot of orders. Good looking out. My lips are super fucking chapped tonight for some reason. At worst, you might have to put the pepperoni on in the shape of pie or something, which isn't that bad. I can think of worse fates. Though I guess contrast-wise, at least Pi Day is only one day, right? Yeah, the thing that sucks about the other one is that that's a whole week, right? Yeah, at least there's that. It's just normal orders. Silver lining, right? I think the thing that would constantly bother me, and we've talked about this before, is like... they have those days to drum up business, right? But you're probably not getting paid extra for all of that business they're pulling in, despite the fact that you're going to be working harder. Right? Like, that's the thing that would constantly get to me. It's like, oh, cool, so I'm going to be working my ass off for another day, and I'm not going to see anything extra out of it. I mean, if you have a good employer, they're going to make sure you get, like, a bonus or something to be like, hey, thanks for your hard work this week, but not every employer, they're not obligated to do that. Alright, so things change a little bit here. We're not getting every clover per stage. There's some weird min-maxing that we may or may not do, depending on how things go. As a matter of fact, I'm going to try to do it here and see how it goes.
Come on!
And the reason the reason why we're not doing all the clovers, you only need 4 clovers in this entire world to get into the boss, but you have to do every single stage. You can't skip any of them. So you might as well just get the main clover on each stage and call it a day, right? However, whenever you finish a stage, it shows you that cutscene of the boss door, like, unlocking, right? So ideally, if you get those 4 pages sooner rather than later, you won't have to watch that cutscene as many times. You'd have to watch it 4 times if you only get the 1 page per level. But if I get 2 pages here and 2 pages on the next level, we'll only have to watch it twice. I think the best way to do this is to get 300 coins on this level, which isn't too much of an ask. I don't really know about where the other one needs to be. I haven't really figured that out yet. I know which one they pick up in the run, but I don't really know how they do it. And I think it might be a glitch that they use to get it. So I'm not super keen on it. Yeah, we just got 300 coins, so that's easy peasy. So there's at least one of the cutscenes we don't have to worry about. We didn't really have to do much like, extra. I think I found out that the cutscene is like 7 seconds or something like that. I don't think we spent more than 7 seconds getting enough coins for that. Nah, I did lose a little bit of time. Yeah, this cutscene. Yeah, it was like 6 seconds or so. If you could avoid watching that twice without spending more than 12 seconds to do it. Hey, I got that skip. I wonder how much time that saved me. There is a cutscene there, but I kind of like snuck past the trigger. I usually mess that up. Oops, I don't know what the fuck I was thinking there. They, like, clip through that wall up there, and that's where the hidden page is or something? I don't fully know how they do it. But we got 300 coins, and that should... may have taken us slightly longer, but I think it was enough that we'll skip that other cutscene, so I think that'll work out. Now, if you're doing bonk hopping, I don't know where it takes place. But you can use bonk hopping to basically skip straight to the second section and get to where the boss is, which means you only have to do one stage and get all of the clovers. And then you're good to go. I don't know exactly where they do the bonk hopping, but... I think that's the big difference between the two runs. There might be some other smaller time saves, but I think that's the big one. So now I basically don't have to worry about pages. We technically don't even have to do the page to finish this level, except we do, because otherwise we can't move on. Which, if there was an easier way to skip this particular level, I would probably... that didn't require, like, glitches and stuff. I'd probably take it, because this stage is pretty boring. You'll also notice here that since we don't need the letters, I want to avoid picking that up if I can, which is it's a tiny optimization. No, I'm not gonna lie to you. But you've probably noticed that when you pick up a letter, the game slows down for a second. There's like a little bit of slowdown, which is like intentional. But if we can avoid that, then, you know. Oh, okay. I missed one of the ghosts. Yeah, because he, like, went down through the platform. That was overall an ugly section. There's also a lot of dialogue on this stage, so it just adds up to a lot of garbage. So much. There's another little damage boost for you, Scarlet. Which is simply doing that intentionally is slow because you gotta wait on the cycle. You still gotta kind of wait on the cycle to be, like, just right, but it's still faster in the long run. It's just so slow. Like, I can understand why people would go for the glitches. Like, for this stage alone. I don't remember which stage they do with bonk hopping. I don't think it's this one, though. It's probably Dungeon Crawl, because that's the auto runner. I lost time there? I guess on the part with the 12 enemies. Otherwise, I felt like that was a pretty clean clear.
Spookaboo, bah.
Shut up, Flint. And then we technically don't have to do, like, anything here. In fact, we'd probably want to get as little as possible. No. I was pressing the jump button. I don't know what was up with that. Oh, I missed the heart. I'm bad. Okay. I'm not totally sure what happened there, but... And just stop trying to be cute. Yeah, as long as I have more health. Last thing I want to do is die. Okay, cool, we didn't get the clover. theory, you'd probably want to get as few coins as you can there. I don't know how to mitigate that a little more, though. Hey Raiders, how's it going? I cannot hit the raid warning at the moment, but I will after we finish this run because we're on the final boss. So it won't be too much longer now.
Lucky,
I guess I could really quick. Hold on. Hopefully this doesn't screw anything up. Well, if I can't find my cursor, then, you know, that's gonna screw things up, so never mind. Baba Yaga and Eagle and Flapper and anyone else who might be lurking around. It's good to have you. How was your stream? How's it going? What were you up to? I didn't have a chance to check to see what anyone was up to tonight, sadly. Well, that's a lie. I did, but I don't think you were live when I did check, so I just don't know. I remember when I woke up and checked if anyone was streaming, there was only one person live at the time. And I don't remember who it was, honestly. Sucks that, like, this is such an anticlimactic finish to a speedrun. Because this is such a, like, such a hurry up and wait kind of boss. I do not trust chasing him all the way out there with those homing attacks. We're not gonna do that. I don't trust that I can actually make it back. So while I'm waiting this boss to death, for those that don't know, this is New Super Lucky's Tale. This game is delightful. It's a little on the short and easy side, I guess. But it's very, very well polished and put together. Crap. And I decided while running it that I enjoyed it enough that I'd be interested in speedrunning it. Mostly because, like, the movement in this game is very smooth. This is, like, my third or fourth run of it? First one tonight, but we did some last week, too. God, you just launch out there. I don't trust it at all. I think the unfortunate thing is these bosses are so boring because, like, they're the type of boss where you kind of can't make it go any faster. It's like a scripted fight. It's essentially an auto-scroller. Which makes them super boring, but there's also enough going on that, like, I can't really look away during the fight. Or I'm probably just... bad things are gonna happen. Oh, whoa, camera. I'm not sure what that was about. Man, if it weren't for those 2 major time losses in this run, I feel like that would have actually been pretty solid. Oh, I guess you probably were streaming when I got up then. I wonder if YouTube just wasn't YouTube's been kind of wonky lately again. So when you say Lego Harry Potter, do you mean one of the games? Or, because you were building one of the sets for a while there too, right?
In the end, Lucky did the impossible. Not only did he protect the Book of Ages from Jinx and his kitty litter, but he managed to reconnect the worlds within.
Man, I kind of miss, I played the first Lego Marvel Superheroes on stream a couple months ago. I had a lot of fun with that. It's a shame that the second one was just, like, kind of boring. I got that one to try and play that one, too, and we didn't even finish it, because it was just so...
Pretty cool, huh?
whatever.
It's super cool, Lucky.
I'm worried that'll deter me from trying other Lego games in the future, too. Man, so in 100% you're gonna have to sit through the credits. That sucks. I didn't put that together until, like, now. Can't skip these. Okay. Let me, It's an overdue raid, or it's a belated raid warning, but it still counts, right? Man, I'm getting a lot of dropped frames tonight. And I seem to recall getting a lot of them on Thursday, too. How's that been going so far? How have you been enjoying it? I probably asked before, but, like, how many other LEGO games have you played? How does it compare to those? Because, like I said, I really liked the first LEGO Marvel Superheroes. Though it's odd because I remember, like, some of the first LEGO games I played, like, years and years and years ago, I just didn't care about. And maybe that's because they were the Star Wars ones, and I don't really care about Star Wars. And yeah, that's a good question, too. Is there, like, a second game that covers the other years, or... did they just never do those? So they did, like, the whole series as 2 separate games. I mean, they did that for Star Wars too, didn't they? Don't the games cover, like, multiple movies? Just occurred to me, I'm gonna have to take a break before we start the next run anyway, and since the credits are unskippable, I might as well do it while the credits are running. So I'm gonna do that. So I'll be back in just a short couple minutes, and then we'll kick off another run, so stay tuned. let me review my run really quick. Unfortunately, that's not pixel worthy because it was not a PB. So the big time loss was back on Dungeon Run, right? Didn't I lose another big chunk of time somewhere? Oh yeah, sliding block puzzle 2, I messed up. I think those were the big time losses. Okay. Only downside to Lego Harry Potter games like this is having to know the series before playing since there's no real dialogue. Oh yeah, that was before they started doing full voice acting and such, right? Because I remember... I remember the Star Wars ones I played, like, a long time ago. It was all, like, pantomime, right? Like, the earlier ones were all like that. There's a requirement to read the books in elementary for you? Were the books even out then? You're not that much younger than we are. And those books didn't come out until I was in high school. Ah, that might be wrong. The movies came out when I was in high school. The books may have been out for a while already. Yeah, I think Lord of the Rings was the first one that had full voice acting. I could be wrong on that, though. Although that was part of what I didn't like about... Lego Marvel Superheroes had full voice acting, and I liked that about it. The problem was that the second game was made during that voice actors strike in like the mid 2010s. So all the voice actors are completely different, and a lot of them sound really wrong. Like they don't fit the characters at all. So I think that might have been part of what I didn't like about that one. First books were late 90s. Yeah, that would have been middle school, at least. Very late elementary school. I didn't hear of them until the movies started being made, if I recall correctly. Okay, let's, let me open my second drink so that it's ready in case I need it. I'm actually... I had a very sudden realization when sitting back down that I am concerned about. And that is... that she's gonna get up and run out of the room in the middle of a speedrun. This was not something I had considered until literally tonight. I guess we'll just have to cross that bridge when we come to it, because it's inevitably gonna happen. It's never really been an issue, because until recently, she has stayed out of here when I'm streaming, so it hasn't been a problem. I usually try to keep her out of here when I'm streaming, as a matter of fact, but she's actually been very good lately, so I've been letting her do her thing. Some of you might remember, like, a year ago or more, I used to really kind of, like, shoo her out of the room if she came in here, because she'd stick her nose into everything and just get into trouble while I was trying to stream. And she doesn't do that now. She just comes in and hops up on the bed and goes to sleep. So I'm like, okay, that's fine. Carry on. But I'm also worried that she's gonna get up in the middle of this next run and she's gonna be like, okay, let me out of the room. Like I said, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, I guess. Hopefully I can find, like, one of those unskippable cutscenes. Like, hopefully that'll be when it happens, right? Otherwise, you're just gonna have to deal if you get up in the middle of a boss fight. That's your problem. And having to get up and let her out of the room isn't a bother, but when speedruns, it kind of becomes a bother, is the issue. And it hasn't occurred to me until right now. Like, now's the time to do it.
It started with the destruction of our
Now's
home.
the time to do it. While the cutscene's running.
In a mad grasp for power, the sorcerer Jinx betrayed his friends and
She...
tried to steal our
Anyone who has a cat knows that this is what happens. They change spots every, like, couple weeks, right? It's already been a couple weeks since she started hanging out in here, so it's inevitable that she's gonna lose interest soon anyway.
Jinx banished those that opposed him. His spell scattered the Guardians to unknown worlds, stranding them far from Sky Castle.
And it's better than listening to her sit outside the door and cry. Because she wants to be let in.
The four of us that remained took the book and ran. We spent years evading Jinx and his family of villainous children. The dreaded kitty litter. But we couldn't outrun him forever.
Lyra, stay behind me, Lucky.
Your little game of cat and fox is over, Swifttail. There's nowhere left for you to run.
Middle school, there was a ban.
Prepared to make our last
I guess that's the downside with smaller communities, right? Is that people have the power to pull bullshit like that.
Something strange happened. The book reacted violently to Jinx's magic. Whether it did so to defend itself or to protect us, its pages scattered wildly in the storm it unleashed.
I don't understand that.
The portal it opened was violent and unstable, pulling Jinx and his kitty litter to somewhere far from Foxington. But it wasn't the
Like, I don't know, I don't get that. How do people have that much of a have that much difficulty separating reality from fantasy and fiction? I don't get it. How is that much of a problem?
Without the Guardian.
See, I don't remember ever having any bans on anything when I was in school. The only thing I remember there being a ban on were Tamagotchis, and that's because it was a distraction.
I don't know where that portal took him.
Because people would be, like, kids would be fussing with them during class, and they'd be going off and shit. That's the only one I remember. I don't remember anything about bans of, like, books or anything like that.
And I'm the current head of what remains of the Guardian Order. But this isn't my story. This is Lucky's tale.
There wasn't even, like, a Pokemon trading card game ban or anything. Not in my schools. There was a, hey, don't fucking play with them in the middle of class, but it wasn't a ban. Like, you were allowed to do it during free time. I don't think magic is religion, though. Like, I think that's a stretch. Magic's not fucking real. Like, it's, like, come on. I think that's a stretch no matter how you cut it. Is this the only NPC we talked to in the entire run? I'm very suddenly realizing. I feel like anyone who is religious wouldn't even take offense. Like, there's a difference between being religious and being crazy enough to think that magic is brainwashing your kids, because magic's not fucking real, dude. I feel like most people who are religious are gonna be like, yeah, those people are crazy. You know what I mean? And if they are that crazy, they're probably not watching video game live streams. Because this is also anti-cat propaganda at that point, and they're gonna have a huge problem with that. So, you know. Alaska's magical. That's a different kind of magic, Volpe. I get what you're saying, but that's... We're talking fucking abracadabra and shooting fireballs from your fingertips. I hate to break it to you, they don't shoot fireballs from their fingertips in Alaska. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Maybe Guy can confirm or deny that, but I'm pretty sure that's not a thing. Oh no. Oh, I don't think I landed on top. Oh, I did. Good shit. Yeah, if anything, you're waterbenders, right? I guess that would be ice. I don't know. Do they ever get into that? Does anyone ever do ice bending? I don't know if that's a thing. You'd think it would be. At some point. I was actually just thinking earlier, I need to watch Avatar before they take it off of Netflix and put it on Paramount Plus. Like, it's only a matter of time, right? Yeah, I figured ice was, I just didn't immediately recall if that was ever a thing that they actually dealt with in this show. Am I still gonna wind up a couple coins short? I'm 1 coin short. Are you fucking with me? God damn it. I have to find, like, a diamond or something to pick up to alleviate this problem. This is probably the only 300 coin page that's actually kinda tight. If I just, like, kill that caterpillar, that would do it. I'd like a little bit more of a buffer than that, if I could help it, though. I don't think they need to explain it. Ice is water. It's as simple as that. I remember a long time ago, and it's nothing against this particular viewer, it's like I'm not trash-talking him or anything, but I remember it was when Guardians of the Galaxy 2 came out. No, it couldn't have been when it came out, because that came out when I was still living in Virginia. You know what I mean, though. And I remember hearing that his parents wouldn't let him watch it because religious reasons, and I was like, huh? Oh, because Ego thinks he's a god. Or he basically is a god. And I'm like, okay, sure, but he's also a fucking alien. Who is a planet. Like, hello? I'm pretty sure Jesus wasn't a planet, so I think you can kind of relax. Maybe he was, I don't know. I don't know shit about religion. Maybe he was 100% a planet. Ooh, that was a little uncomfortable, but we're okay. He's also evil as fuck, so like, what's the problem, right? It's not like he was a good guy. What, is there no electricity bending? Firebenders can do lightning, but because there's not electricity otherwise? They don't really have electricity in that world. I think they do in Korra, though, don't they? Because that's like 100 years later or something? Don't they have fucking cars in Korra? More so I need to watch that, because I've never seen that, so I should watch that before it is taken off of Netflix. I mean, it was only just added, so I probably don't have that much to worry about. The contract is probably good for a while, but still. Yeah, Volpe, usually you're the guy that's like, I don't have time to keep up with all of this information, and now you're just spouting all these Avatar fun facts. Fucking cutscenes, dude. Just give me a fucking skip button, I beg you. They do this thing in the speedrun where they burrow and let all the guys come to them and then they beat them all at once. But I don't really know, like, what the point of that is. I don't know if that's faster or if it's just a swag thing. When did I take damage? Whatever. As Mike said last week, these fireballs are supposed to be a threat. Just to... I know it doesn't look like it, but believe me, they're supposed to be dangerous. Also, these fireballs are also supposed to be dangerous. I'm not even looking at the screen right now. So I don't need to. At least this boss doesn't take that long, I guess. Hey, Riley, how's it going? I should learn... Hey, it worked! For whatever reason, if you hit him with your tail during that animation, it speeds the animation up. Hey, I just saved like a second. Go me. And to be clear, it's nothing against people who are religious. I'm totally cool with whatever people are passionate with. One of my best friends in high school was super religious. And I was like, that's cool. I got no problem with that. But if you think magic is real and it's tainting your religion, then there's... You might have some wires crossed somewhere. Work on your reality and fantasy separation, please. And that goes for everybody. Like, you know, I think that's an important thing to be able to do. God, I hate these. Thank God we only have to do 2 of these.
You.
Shmoolah stage 1 complete. Watch this run be world record, and there's gonna be a rant about religious nuts in it now. Like, I always think about that now. Whenever, like, a weird topic comes up during a run, I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be my new PB. And I'm gonna have to upload it to a website with this ridiculous rant in the middle of it. Or some weird tirade about Lola Bunny's breast size. So thankfully, last run was not it. Well, that was... no comment. That was stupid. That one always gets me. I'm a little scared because I skipped that diamond. I hope that doesn't come back to bite me. I don't have to double jump there. I think I'm making that harder than I need to. By double jumping. Alright, so I want to grab this one to make sure we get enough. Oh, that only stays open for a certain amount of time. Well, this sucked. I still got some time back. Well, that's fine. They can come check out the full archive. What's really funny is that if I get like world record or something, and in, like, a year, someone's watching the world record, and they're like, oh yeah, remember when people thought that that was a big deal? And then the movie came out and we realized everything was fine? And that, you know, Twitter was just fucking blowing it up to be Twitter. I don't know if I actually need that one, but it doesn't take that long to get, right? This area eats my double jumps a lot, and it makes me nervous. That's fine. Double jump? Oh god, I got really lucky there. It's fine. No comment. Wow, that sent me way back. That is... Oh, God. I'm tilted. I'm tilted. We might just restart the run. Like, that's a really bad time loss. That was very bad. Depending on the time loss, we might just restart the run. The speedrun tilt is fucking real, dude. At the moment, we actually haven't started losing time yet, but I can guarantee we're going to. That was super bad. I, like, panicked. I didn't know what to do. And that just kept getting worse. Apparently it wasn't a run killer because we're still a minute ahead. Like, we only lost 3 seconds. Somehow. So, I guess I'm gonna keep going? I could have made a lot of time back there, is the thing. Hopefully someone will watch in 2 years and go, oh yeah, I remember Twitter. Yeah. On the other hand, as an artist, I've already lived through one social media platform death, and I'd rather not do it again. So I'm hesitant to go full tilt, yeah, like, kill the platform, because that just means I'm gonna be homeless again. Rip Tumblr. Taru. What if she actually said something that sounded like she was saying Shmoola? Like, I was actually worried that I, like, split incorrectly or something. I wonder if I'm on averages. Now I'm curious. Because I feel like that should have been a catastrophic time loss. What deep fake? Oh god. Deep faking is scary, to be honest. Did you guys see that Tom Cruise deep fake? Like, that's terrifying. How does he prove that's not him? Like, what if the guy that did it just never admitted that he did it? And said some ridiculous, outlandish things? How does the actual person prove it wasn't them? Like, that's terrifying. Some people probably think it's an overreaction when you hear that people are, like, trying to pass laws about deepfaking. I don't think it's an overreaction. I think that is something that needs to be addressed. That could be a serious problem. He didn't say anything outlandish in the deepfake, from what I remember. It was just the guy showing off, hey, this is how good deepfaking is. And it was, like, kind of scary. Deepfaking is basically, it uses machine like algorithm computer learning. You feed it, like, hours of footage of a person, and then it can learn to map that person's face onto footage that isn't that person. Like, it edits the footage to make you look like that person because it learns how to construct their face. So in theory, I could have Riley record an hour of footage from his phone of just doing random shit, run it through the thing, and then I could record myself doing something, run it through the software, and make it look like Riley was the one doing it. It's scary. And it's getting to a point where it's looking very believable. Someone did one of this several clips where he was editing it to make himself look like Tom Cruise, and it fucking looks like Tom Cruise. Like, not for a moment was I like, that's not Tom Cruise. Like, it looks like him. It's very believable, and that makes it very scary. Because again, how do you prove that that isn't you? And these are just like... Eventually, there are apps out there that you can just get that can do this sort of stuff, but it's not quite that believable. Like, it's not that good. But they could be someday, and that's the scary thing. Where you could just download a free app and just be able to do that. Like, that frightens me, honestly. That's why, like I said, low-key, some politicians are saying we need to, like, make a law about this, like, right now. Because this is, like, this could be bad. No, yeah, it didn't sound like him. I don't think it knows how to do stuff like that yet, but... give it a... it's only a matter of time, right? Yeah, the interesting thing is like, from a creative standpoint, from, like, making funny videos and stuff, something like that has a lot of potential, and I could see it being, like, an amusing thing. But it's dangerous what people could do with shit like that. People already try to do it with still images, because those are a lot easier to fake. By the way, Scarlet, I don't know what made me think of this. Current plan for Thursday is Final Fantasy VII Remake. I imagine you'd be interested in seeing that. Thursday and Friday, probably. Unless something weird comes up where I'm like, oh, I actually can't. But I can't see that happening. Short of, oh, 50 other streamers also started streaming it, so... oh, fuck me. Alright. I don't know where my double jump went there. There we go. This stage is not going well so far. Also, don't know if you heard earlier, Scarlet, I pointed out there's a damage boost here where you kind of, like, jump onto that roller thing and, like, ride it up through iframes. But you have to, like, catch the cycle just right, or it, like, doesn't really save you much time anyway. Yeah, I was debating for a while before I decided to go with 7, and mostly that's because I'm gonna have to get PlayStation Plus to even claim the game anyway. It seems silly to get a month of PlayStation Plus to claim it and not actually play it while I have it active. I might as well just do it all at the same time. Now, I do also have Game Pass active through the end of the month. So that made a lot of sense too, but if I don't claim 7 on PlayStation Plus within the month, then I'm not gonna be able to get it. So it's like, I think that one makes the most sense. Even though I think Bravely Default is the one I'm the most interested in, that is the biggest purchase, where the others are just kind of cheaper. And then we'll wing it after that. I think my current plan for the Monster Hunter Rise era is that every week we're going to basically narrow it down to 2 games. Yeah, PlayStation Plus needs to be active to be able to play the games. Yeah, I think the Monster Hunter Rise era scheduling will basically be speedrun on Sunday of, like, just various stuff. Whatever we're doing at the time. We'll have 2 days of Monster Hunter at some point in the week. Maybe 3 if I wind up feeling like I need a 3rd day. And then the other 2 days will be focused on a different game entirely. And we'll just do 1 game at a time through there. So ideally, we'll finish 7 and then probably do Bravely Default after that. Depending. But we'll see. We'll see. There's still all the roguelikes we are playing that I want to get around to finishing too, so... Which we are going to do another Scourgebringer this coming week, by the way. Okay, that was clean. I didn't see the movie yet. I'm kind of holding out and hoping that Amazon Prime will put it on sale. Kind of like I did with the Sonic movie. Like, I waited for that. And Detective Pikachu. I waited for them both to go on sale before I got them. I could just rent it, I guess, but I'm okay with buying it. I just don't really want to... I still feel like $20 for a movie is just a little steep, honestly. It puts things into perspective, because I feel like, as much as I complain about video games being $60, I feel like we ultimately get more use out of them than we do movies. And movies are typically $20, if not more dollars, depending on what format you get it on, and a bunch of other stuff like that. I want to watch Detective Pikachu again. I remember really liking it, but I only watched it the one time. And I have it, so I might as well watch it again sometime, right? Although that's the issue. That's why I think movies are kind of overpriced, is a lot of movies I buy I only watch once. Unless I really like it, and then I'll try to watch it multiple times. I think that's why streaming services are so, like, popular, because even... We talked about this, like, what, last week? About how there's so many streaming services and people don't want all of them, but if you think about it, the value you're getting out of the cost is, like, really fucking good, really. If you look at all of the movies... Let's look just at Star Wars. There's, what, 9 movies, not counting spin-offs? If you were to get all of... Like, Guy, give me a price check here, because you probably know this off the top of your head. If you were to get all 9 Star Wars movies on Blu-ray, 4K Blu-ray, like, how much would that cost? Like, hundreds of dollars, right? Like, that would be pretty pricey. Or you could spend $10 and watch them all on Disney+. Now, sure, you don't own those copies, but if you only want to watch the movies once, and not necessarily own them, that's a really good value. And I feel like most people will only watch a movie once. I could be wrong on that, but I feel like most people don't watch movies over and over and over again. It'll be something they'll watch, like, once in a while. It doesn't necessarily compete with television, because you can't just, like... You still have to pick what movie you put on, right? Where I think part of the appeal with TV, cable, is that, like, you can just turn it on and let it play, and not worry about, like, picking something to watch. I think that's what a lot of people find appealing about it. I think that's why it stays popular. I think it would be very smart of streaming services to make a mode like that. Like a TV mode, where you can say, like, put this movie on, and then just, like, instead of saying this is what we recommend you watch, just play whatever comes up next. Just play. Because I feel like a lot of people would get a lot of use out of that, because that's what people do with TV. Add a simple, like, playlist thing to the bottom of the screen, so if a movie pops up where someone's like, I don't want to watch the first fucking Thor movie, this is boring, you can just push skip, go to the next movie. Which is essentially channel surfing. I feel like a lot of people would get a lot of mileage out of something like that. Actually used to be a problem I had with Netflix in particular. I don't have it as much with Disney Plus. It's pretty easy for me to look at Disney Plus and just go to the we recommend this because you watched this section and be like, yeah, I'll watch that. But with Netflix, I often would boot it up and be like, man, I don't know what to watch. Okay, anyway. Star Wars 4K Blu-ray was $40 new in store for all 9 movies? That's actually way better than I thought it would be. I thought it was $40 for one movie. Now, asterisk here. I don't think streaming services can do 4K, right? Maybe they can, but I don't think they can. So that's worth noting that maybe comparing 4K to 4K physical movie or even digital movie to streaming is just inaccurate for that. Oh, it is 40 for one movie, so that's, what, 300 and... Mathing while speedrunning isn't necessarily a good idea. 360 for all movies? Or you could just get Disney Plus for $10 and watch them, and then go about your life. Oh, I messed it up. I think I can fix this. But there was a smarter way to do this, for sure. Ah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Plus tax, don't forget about tax. Yeah, that is a thing, Volpe. There will be people who watch them over and over and over again, but I feel like the average person kind of doesn't. What kind of monster thinks the first Thor movie is boring? A lot of people. I don't know if I'd necessarily say it's boring, but after rewatching it recently, I will say it's probably one of my least favorite Marvel movies. And a lot of it, I think, is the direction? The thing that I realized that is really weird and off-putting is that Loki and Thor, in particular, have, like, no charisma in that movie. They're very stale. Which doesn't make a lot of sense because we know that those characters aren't stale, right? We know that we know that those actors can act with a fair degree of charisma, but for whatever reason in the first movie they've got no character. They're super bland. I think the other characters are interesting, and I think overall the movie is interesting. In a as a standalone movie, it's super boring. As a part of a bigger picture, I think it is interesting. But it's not a movie I put on very often. Worth pointing out, I really like Natalie Portman, so the movie gets a little bit of mileage for me just based on that. Same with Dark World. I think Dark World's significantly better than Thor 1. It's still not great, but I think it's better. It's, like, watchable. It's still really dramatic, which I know people don't like, but I think the characters, the characters still have a lot more charisma. Okay, I'm not gonna get this gem this time. I kinda can't believe that this is the shortest stage available right now. Fussing with these cannons, it feels like there's no way this is the fastest available option for a speedrun. Thor had the same problem that people have with Captain Marvel, and that's that the only reason the movie exists is because they had to set up Thor for Avengers in a hurry. That's the problem with that movie. It's not necessarily bad, but it feels very... Did this really need to be a movie? And the only reason it really did was because they were like, well, Thor has to be ready to go for Avengers. And that's the same reason people hate Captain Marvel, is because they're like, well, you did this only because she had to be available for Endgame. Which they did. I think it's a better movie than Thor is. But I could see why people would not like it for that reason. This foxhole's really weird. You have to, like, actually slow down and make sure you take it at the right angle and shit. Alright, I have to make sure to get some extra coins here, perhaps? Lucky. Come on. You know, I'm just gonna go and hope. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna get enough coins out of this, though. I'm gonna have to go back. Maybe I should just get that diamond at the beginning. I don't need it, though. I only need, like, 20 extra gems here. There's gotta be a better place to pick up 20 gems. Lucky, come the fuck on, dude. Get on top of the fucking platform. Hell, all I had to do was pick up one of those. I need to route this stage better, for sure. I think this time loss was potentially worse than that other one we had earlier. When I said direction, I meant, like, the director didn't direct the actors well. Which is why they're so bland. That's what I meant by direction. I could have phrased it better. Anytime, asshole. And apparently, we're still ahead of schedule, so... I think my issue with the first Thor movie... The entire movie should have been Act 1. I think is my issue. I think if he would have, like, awakened and gotten Mjolnir back, like, halfway through the movie so that they had more time to, like,
do stuff with him as a god, it would have been significantly better. But for the whole movie, he isn't anything. And then by the time he is powered up again, the movie's over. But you're right, I think the overall direction of the story was also a problem. That's not what I meant, but it's also not wrong. Well, the problem there is that the villain was fucking Loki, and I don't like Loki as a villain. He was significantly more interesting in Ragnarok, where he was kind of like not really a villain. Even in Dark World, I thought he was more interesting, because he was a more complicated character than being jealous of his brother, which is all he was in the first movie. And yeah, the movie has a lot of problems. That's not incorrect. But I think the biggest problem, looking back now, as in it hasn't aged well, is simply those actors are so capable of charisma and being funny, and they don't do that in the entire first movie. They've got nothing. They're super dull. Thor gets a couple moments where he's able to be, like, a little looser. Loki sure as hell doesn't, though. Oh, I didn't even see that. This was a sloppy fight. But yeah, in terms of, like, writing direction, like I said, the movie was there so that Thor was ready for Avengers. Which inevitably creates a problem, because, yeah, why was the movie there other than to introduce us to who this character is, and who Loki is, since he had to be the villain for Avengers too. Kind of. It was set-up-y. Which, like I said, is the same thing people don't like about Captain Marvel. Except I think that did a better job of standing on its own as a standalone movie, at least. It introduces new things to the universe. And long-lasting things at that. Whereas now Asgard's gone, so it's like, who cares? Why was any of that relevant? Now, granted, it took them a long time to get to the point where it was gone, but still. Spookaboo. You watched a movie you thought was Thor, but it wasn't? What? Now, it is worth pointing out, people used to say this about Pixar movies a lot. I think they don't anymore, but I feel like the Marvel movies have a similar situation where, like, do I think Thor 1 is potentially the worst of the MCU movies? Probably, but I think that doesn't say much because the movie's quality overall is so good that it's like, it's still, like, above average. You know what I mean? I've definitely seen worse movies. Worse movies in general, worse superhero movies, worse comic book movies. Like, it's not the worst as far as that goes. It's just probably the worst as far as Marvel Cinematic Universe goes. Unless you count Inhumans. That was a pretty whatever series. It had its moments, but I think it had similar problems to what the first Thor movie had, in that it's slow, it's introducing a bunch of shit that doesn't matter, it's questionable if it's even canon, which is something they're gonna have to address soon. I'm really curious about it too, because, like, I guess I don't want to talk about WandaVision too much. There was something in the finale of WandaVision that was in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Except it's unclear as to if that's canon or not. And similarly, when they make Ms. Marvel, they're gonna have to address the fact like, Inhumans had their own series. Inhumans were in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Was this all canon? Or are we gonna have to set up Inhumans again? Or are we just expected to know all that shit? Oops. Well, we just get to listen to that for a minute. Oh, I don't think I knew that if you fell off, you had to start over. Oh, you don't start over, you just get respawned. Okay. That's not too bad. I don't think I'd fallen off before. Still, that was probably a bit of a time loss, so that sucks. Yeah, I think it is. They talked about that during the speedrun. I don't fully get the reference myself, but when I was watching the speedrun as research, they were like, yeah, that's named after this dude. And I was like, I don't know who that is, but that's cool. Lost a little bit of time there. I don't know if I really have the freedom to make some time back here. I think, like I said earlier, I think, like, the climax of this game is kind of boring. Alright, I think I figured that skip out, finally. That cutscene trigger skip. I think there's some other ones I should probably learn. After tonight, I'm probably gonna have to, like, watch the speedrun some more, and, like, learn some of these other little optimizations that'll probably help in the long run. That's unfortunate. I should have probably grabbed that really big coin. I don't know if that's gonna cause a problem. That's fine. Oh, no, we're fine. In fact, I could probably route that better. That makes sense. Got some time back. And I think I could do better on that stage for sure. What if it's faster to just stay underground or repeatedly hop out like that? I feel like he might accelerate a bit when he's jumping out, and the diving speed is probably the fastest. Fucking slobby me. Couldn't get a drink cleanly between cutscenes. Or between gameplay sections, I guess would be a better way of putting it. What hit me? Should be fine. Yeah, I'm not letting you get away this time. You're being awfully good. She's gonna get up right as the final boss fight starts. I can feel it. And that fight is super fucking long, too. It's like 6 minutes long, am I seeing that right? Got another damage boost coming up, Scarlet, if you missed it the first time. That was interesting. I didn't even take damage at first. That's not supposed to happen, but, okay. Three Wii remotes and nunchucks for $10. Do they work? That would be my concern. But I guess that's what you were talking about, Scarlet, with, like, using the iframes to, like, clear an obstacle. The whole, like, since this is, like, more of a 3D game, the whole skipping an enemy isn't really a thing in this game.
Boof, boopadoo. Ma. Boo. Roobaboo. Wah. Woo-yahoo!
Foobadoo, wah, spookaboo, pop.
Man, you might save 10 minutes on cutscenes in this area alone. There's like so many cutscenes and dialogue in this fucking place. Can I skip that? No, I can't. I don't think you can skip that dialogue. It's worth trying. You also don't want to do that, where you, like, knock an enemy over and then kick them Mario Galaxy style, because that also slowed the game down. There's anything you can do about that C, though. That was interesting. You know, on the topic of movies, something I'd be curious to, like, talk to people with actual opinions about is I'm under the impression recently that people actually think the Sonic movie was bad. And I'd like to know why. Because at worst, I think it was just average. Like, at worst. I don't think there's anything about that movie that's outright bad. Like, I thought it was, like, pretty well done. It may not have been exceptional. The thing is I have a feeling a lot of people that didn't like it are, like, just being Sonic fans. And they don't really have legitimate reasoning. Or they're being anti-Sonic fans.
Lucky, over here. Lyra! I'm so glad you're here. How'd you get into the book?
I wonder if mashing this text even makes it goes faster. I don't think it does. You still have to wait for all this nonsense. So that's why I want to converse more with and potentially find people that did think it was bad and that actually think it's bad for, like, valid reasons. I've heard it during, like, some Sonic speedruns where they, like, take little jabs at it. Like, not as bad as the Sonic movie, am I right? And I'm like, was it bad? Like, why you being a hater? Or are you just trying to be funny and you forgot the part about it has to be funny for it to be a joke. It could possibly be that. My concern is that they're actually going to push forward with making more movies, like, too quickly, and they're just going to start shitting them out. Like, I hope that doesn't happen, because I think they had a good foundation. I don't want to see it happen where suddenly it's like the Chipmunk movies, where they're making a new movie every year, and you're like, why are you doing this? And people didn't even like the original that much? Except for the fact that Jason Lee was in it, and he's awesome. Basically the entire reason the movie's funny. At least the Sonic movie didn't have that going on. Like, do you know how many, like, live-action cartoon reboots they try to do? Where the best thing about the movie is the live-action actors? Like the Smurfs. Neil Patrick Harris is, like, the best thing about that movie. And Hank Azaria. They're both incredible. The Smurfs suck. But the human characters are hilarious. Like, why is that a thing? Whoops. And again, they made like 1 billion of those movies already. And it's like, why? No one even asked you to make the first one, dude. Like, I don't get Hollywood. I feel like in Hollywood now, like, if you're gonna make a movie, you just have to commit to making it a sequel or a trilogy. Like, before you even know how it's gonna be received. It's like, you just have to set it up to be like, yeah, we're gonna make a bunch of these. It's like, why, dude? I don't get it. What am I doing, dude? Read chat, that's what I'm doing. This boss fight's boring. Oh no. This is a little uncomfortable. Okay, we're fine. And then sometimes when you try to home in, it doesn't even home in correctly. Just a whole nother problem! You've got to be kidding me. Not that this run was gonna be good, but like, holy shit, that's a bad death. If there was nothing else that could kill a run, that was it. And that's why I don't trust using the homing attack thing on Jinx here. There was literally, like... There were 3 Jinxes out, right? And the homing attack chose none of them. It was like, no, we're just gonna drop you straight down so that you take damage. Cool. Cool. This could have at least been a PB, and now it's not even going to be that. That's, like, really upsetting. Dude. It's so unreliable. Liked everything but Jim Carrey. I could see people having that opinion. I do think when he was just being Jim Carrey are probably some of the weakest points of the movie, honestly. When he's, like, fully in character and being Dr. Eggman, he's great. But there are a couple moments in the movie where he's just being Jim Carrey, and it's like, okay. Like, I've seen this before, right? Like, yeah, haha, it's funny, but it's also, like, it doesn't... it almost breaks immersion. Because you remember, oh yeah, that's Jim Carrey. I'd like to at least get a double hit in there. But even that, I don't feel great about. See, look at that shit. That's just gonna get me killed. I need to stop trying to fuck around with that. Oh, now... yeah, I called it. Now she wants out. I called it. Well, you're gonna have to wait a couple minutes, Kitty. At the moment, she's just sitting at my feet, just doing nothing, so it's not too big of a deal. God, this fight is so fucking long, and I basically had to do it twice. What a shitty way for the run to end. Dude, try to home in! What are you doing? What are you doing to me? Okay, I need to just stop with that. That's gonna get me in trouble. I just think using the homing attack like that is just a bad idea. It's so selective about... I don't know if it's that, like... Is his hitbox only active in certain windows, and if you try to use it when the hitbox isn't active, it just doesn't do anything? I don't know.
But he managed to reconnect the worlds within. For the first time since the battle for Sky Castle began, the portals had reopened. What in the world? And the last of the Guardians that had escaped could finally return home.
Lucky! Surprise! Pretty cool, huh?
Volpe, the Mega Man cartoon, do you mean the new one on Cartoon Network that only aired for a season and then got canceled? Or do you mean the old one from, like, the 90s? I remember liking the old one when I was a kid. I guess I don't know if I would still like it now. It's all on YouTube. I should try to watch it at some point. It might have been like late 80s, yeah. I think it was after Captain N, yeah. That sounds about right. It got cold in here all of a sudden. Man, this run could have given that one Mega Man 3 run that Twain had a run for its money. I wonder if I can just kill the game at this point. Also, there's like a black bar on the side of the screen that's driving me nuts. Can I fix that? Technically, that's lined up. Is that only there during the credits? Yeah, we're just gonna reboot the game really quick. Because I don't feel like sitting through the credits and having to do the nonsense with... Did I launch the wrong one? I did. I should just uninstall that. I still have regular Lucky's Tale installed too. And I totally just launched the wrong one. He had a Mega Man 3 run last night that went, like, really well up until the refights, and then everything fell apart, like, very, very rapidly. And yeah, that black bar's only there on the credits, so I guess I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay, let's, reset these. Let me make sure. I am comparing personal best. Okay. Thought it might have been on average there for a second. Let me drop some likes really quick, so we do have over 10 likes. I'm not going to lie. If I wouldn't have had those two really big mess-ups, that might have been world record. Because basically no one runs bonkless. It's a free record, honestly, and that run might have been it if it wasn't for those two really bad mistakes. Maybe it wouldn't have been. Maybe it wouldn't have been, but I forget what the world record is. Hey, Twain. So you saw that miserable end to that run? Good. Good. There was a part of me that was like, maybe Twain didn't see it. It was miserable. Well, now I know not to trust the homing attack on the final boss.
And tried to steal our most powerful artifact, the Book of Ages. The Guardian Order stood together to fight against him. But in the battle that followed, Jinx banished those that opposed him. His spell scattered the Guardians to unknown worlds, stranding them far from Sky Castle. The few of us that remained took the book and ran. We spent years evading Jinx and his family of villainous children. The dreaded kitty litter.
I don't know, unlike...
We couldn't outrun him forever.
If you were to start learning it and be on your 5th run or something?
Your little game of cat and fox is over, Swift.
Probably would have been at least
There's nowhere
close, right?
We prepared to make our last stand in my home world of Foxington. But just when all hope seemed lost,
I do really like how this run is just nice and short and sweet and simple.
violently to Jinx's magic. Whether it did so to defend itself or to protect us, its pages scattered wildly in the storm it unleashed. The portal it opened was violent and unstable, pulling Jinx and his kitty litter to somewhere far from Foxington. But it wasn't the kitty litter the book wanted.
I'm slipping! Hold on, Lucky! I've got you!
Before the portal closed, it took my little brother Lucky as well.
Lucky, no!
Without the Guardian Sigil, my team can't travel between worlds. We've been stuck here ever since that day, waiting. I don't know where that portal took him, but I know that Lucky is still out there, somewhere within the book. My name is Lyra Swifttail, and I'm the current head of what remains of the Guardian
I wonder if Mila Jovovich will be in the Mega Man movie, too. It just suddenly occurred to me. I don't even know who she would play. Why not, right? Because Capcom.
Whoa.
I do think this is the only NPC we talk to by talking to them. And by that I mean we actually have to walk up to them and press the button to talk to them. I think every other NPC we talk to has, like, a cutscene trigger around them.
Come on.
This is the only one that doesn't trigger automatically. So I mentioned bonk hopping, right? I know another instance of bonk hopping is they use it to climb this wall so that you don't have to go through all this nonsense. Yeah, as of it, with everything I run, that's probably the longest cutscene that can't be skipped. I complained about Mega Man 7 having like a minute and a half, but this is worse. It's enough though that it makes me like never want to reset runs. Unless the run is like just catastrophically off the rails. That pun was not intended at all, I promise. Get it? Cause he's a cat? Okay, never mind. Alright, so I have to get some extra coins somewhere. Not a lot. Oh, I don't think I made it up on top on that one. I don't know if I can kill that caterpillar, though. I'd have to do it before I grab the head, which is just gonna be slow. Yeah, I don't understand who decides on that shit, because it's so different depending on the game. Like sometimes they start the time at a weird time, sometimes they end it at a weird time. Even within the Mega Man games it's different. Like I don't get it. Like Mega Man 1 through 6, they start when you press start on the title screen. And they end on the final hit of Wily. 7 is when you press start on the title screen, 8 is when you press start on the title screen. 9 and 10 are when you pick your first Robot Master. And I'm guessing that's because you have to go through picking your difficulty and your character before you pick a stage. So they figure, we'll just do it before you pick a Robot Master. But you have to pick your difficulty in Mega Man 11, too, and they go back to when you press start on the title screen. Like, why? Who decides on this shit? Most runs will be like when you lose control. Sometimes it's final hit. Sometimes it's when the screen fades to black. Who decides on this shit? And why is it all different? Why isn't it, like, standardized? Like, Link's Awakening isn't on final hit, and it's not when you lose control. It's specifically, like, when the screen fades to black. Even though you haven't lost control at that point. Like, there's still more of the game to go. It's when you beat the boss, and you climb the final staircase. When it fades to black at the top of the staircase is when you hit time. Even though there's still dialogue you have to mash through after that. Why? I don't get it. I probably never will. Yeah, Volpe, there's an episode where X comes from the future. That was a thing. I don't remember what the plot was. I know Vile and Spark Mandrill were the villains. Like, they showed up first, I think. I honestly hate, I don't hate him. I don't have a foot pedal or anything, so it makes it annoying. I don't like it when the games are, when time is on, like, final hit, because it's very difficult to reach for your splits while still actively playing the game. You're just going to naturally have, like, a 1 second delay added on the end of every run, because you have to reach and hit your split button in the middle of gameplay. I tend to prefer when it happens, like, during a cutscene. Fade to black is nice, because then it's very easy to time. I guess lose control isn't bad, because you know nothing bad can happen after that. But still, you're gonna have a delay just from reaching for the button. Seems inferior. Cool, we even got 300 coins a little earlier than expected. Yeah, chances are anyone who submits like a world record or anything, they're probably gonna rewatch their run and retime it. If you're that competitive, that's probably like a standard thing you do. I imagine that's why I've mentioned before that, like, at GDQ, runners don't split when they're running at GDQ. From what I can, for the most part, they don't. They don't worry about timing their runs. And I'm guessing that's because if the run winds up being good, they can always just rewatch it and retime it anyway. You could probably get one, right, guy?
Let's do this.
And it's reasonable to believe the landlord's probably going to be difficult about it, right? Because he's difficult about everything from what you've told me. I don't think I knew you could mash that in the air. Like that. I missed him that time. See, I like stuff like this because I had to mash through dialogue, but like I can one-hand this part while my other hand's waiting to hit splits. Now, the way you do splits, in case anyone doesn't know this, like, you can have completely different splits than other runners do. Some games have obvious ways to split, other games don't. And there's no, like, you don't have to use a certain amount of, certain type of split with your run. You just have to start at the right time and end at the right time. I think we've talked before on Mega Man runs. I could be wrong on this. If Twain's still lurking, he could probably confirm or deny. I think whenever we beat a boss, whenever we finish the stage, I think he splits when it fades to black. I split at the end of the victory fanfare. I use the audio cue. But that effectively doesn't matter. As long as you're consistent with yourself so that you can compare your splits easily. Now, it's funny. In the X games, I split when it fades to black. And I think that's because every game uses a different victory fanfare, so it's more difficult to be consistent there. By the way, if you guys haven't been following along, Twain is speedrunning all month for charity, which is super cool. And trying to get his 1 through 6 world record back. Inspiring me to eventually, I'm not gonna go for a world record, but I'm at least gonna try and get my 1 through 6 time better so I can finally submit it. I should start pointing out some of these tricks more often, so this one's fun. If you use the homing attack there, it just homes in on the foxhole in the foreground. And you can skip all that bullshit. We're gonna grab this to be safe. Actually, we needed that. That wasn't being safe. That was... we wouldn't have gotten 300 if we didn't get it. You know, I didn't put this together. Ripe Rollers is where we had that, like, really bad, like, clusterfuck of deaths in the last run, right? Coincidentally, speedrunners of this game do call it Rip Rollers, not Ripe Rollers, for that very reason, because it has the tendency to kill runs. So that's interesting. That I didn't... I think that was the first time I've had it kill a run. For a second. Don't know if I fully need that or not. It's safe. That's fair. Where'd my double jump go? That was scary. Oh god, this is... I don't like this section. Okay, this is where everything went to hell last time. That was scary, but we're okay. These are the worst moments in a speedrun. I think. You just have to wait. That's looking juicy. That is not one of my favorite music tracks in this game, for certain. I think it's supposed to be a kazoo, isn't it? What am I doing? I never started trying to learn the 0x4 run, because 0's stupid. There's a lot about that run I didn't really like. including but not limited to the fact that that game just wasn't built for Zero. Like, I think that's like the one flaw I find with that game, is that like they clearly did not build it for anyone other than X. A lot of those bosses are just not meant to be played with Zero. But then his run is just more tech-heavy, too, which I didn't like. You gotta learn that slash-dash cancel thing, and I was like, nah, I'm not that into this. That crying emote is still really unsettling to me, because it looks like... it looks like its eyes are hollow. And there's just waterfalls coming out of hollow eyes. It's unsettling.
Hey, Tess! Yeah, yeah, work. Y'all grab. Now see, let's do it. Oh, perfect.
Do you think he's gonna be difficult about it, guy? Is he the one that you always have trouble with, or is it someone else in, like, that company, I guess? Apparently, if you just stand on the outer edge of this area, that'll never hit you. So that's interesting. It's close. Oh. That was a little uncomfortable, but he dodges you unless you're late on red. So you think you're gonna have trouble getting that? Late on rent, or he decides arbitrarily that he needs to upgrade something in the apartment, right? I remember all that nonsense with the windows. Purple Wormkin. For some reason, the intro to this stage in particular really bothers me. There's a lot of dialogue right here. We left the last world at 26:30. The cutscene's long, the dialogue's long. There's like a full minute lost here, I'm pretty sure. Close to it. Yeah, it's like 50 seconds. Alright, let's not fuck these up this time. How's that sound? Who's into that? That's not right. So much for not fucking it up. I would imagine that different degrees of sense make different degrees of sense. Is that the answer you're looking for? Nonsense, for example, doesn't make a lot of sense. I love that this stage is called Ladder Match of the Mind. Like, I just think it's a really funny stage name. It was weird hitbox. Nope, don't even. It's too late. Riley, do you think if I were to play something like Need for Speed or Forza, do you think that would make for interesting streams? Like, not only for you, but for, like, other people in general? I won't lie, the idea of streaming like something like that is, like, pretty low on my priority list anyway, but I'm still curious. I don't think I've ever seen anyone else stream anything like that, which leads me to believe that it wouldn't be good, but who knows? There was a game on this month's Humble Bundle that's like a Cruisin' USA spiritual successor to that I think would maybe be pretty fun to play. I guess I tend to assume that racers aren't going to pull people in unless they're multiplayer, so that they can play too. From a single-player perspective, I imagine that's not going to pull many people in. I don't remember how Team Sonic Racing did when that came out. Just gonna count that as missed, because I was totally not ready for that. No, not like this. God damn it. Alright, that's not that big of a deal, but it's still like shit. It's still a time loss. Thanks, Brutus Beefsteak. Something you don't really get in the speedrun is, like, the personality and humor of this game. Easy peasy. Did lose a couple of seconds there because of that accidental stage reload. Actually lost like 10 seconds to that. Yikes. I mean, you can't submit the form over phone. So no. I imagine I'm not helping because I'm proving how easy it is to get a grip on the situation you're in and what you need. And yeah, your sister seems to be completely missing it. What you should say is, no, it would be faster if you just helped me with what I needed, instead of asking questions.
Hey, you two! Hold it right there!
This cutscene's so long, dude! It's not actually as long as it feels. Well, no, that was like a minute and a half. Never mind, that was... that cutscene alone wasn't a minute and a half. All of the bullshit we had to go through since we finished the last stage was a minute and a half. I can kind of understand the appeal of doing New Game Plus all stages, because then you don't have to deal with any of that shit. You can just fucking play. So, I get it. It's also really weird to me that this game has more categories than fucking Sonic games do. I don't really understand that. Seems to me like Sonic games are actually not very popular speedruns for whatever reason. I think it's because the games are really broken, and I think people don't like doing glitches. Like, a lot of Sonic games don't even have glitchless categories, which seems completely fucked to me. That doesn't make any sense. Like, this game has 5 categories, and all of them have no bonk hopping variations. And that's not counting the fact that PC has its own leaderboard. PC, Legacy console, and next generation consoles all have their own leaderboards. Sonic 3 is just which character you're using. And again, if you're going for all the emeralds, I guess. It's just interesting. It seems like some communities are very accepting to, we want anyone that wants to run the game have a category that they'd be comfortable running in. And then other games just seem like, nah, you gotta run it this way. It's kind of weird to me. You just wouldn't expect it of a game like this, because it's, like, kind of obscure. And they even said that, like, before this game was released on Switch, I think there was, like, under a dozen runners. Like, there was just not that many people running the game, and then when the Switch version came out, it, like, doubled the community. Probably more than doubled. Yeah, a lot of the Mario games have a bunch of different categories. It's just the Sonic games don't seem to. It's just really odd to me. You think they'd be super popular speedruns, right? I should have taken a break before this run. I gotta pee. It'll be fine. This part's a lot of waiting, too. Shut up, Gil. No one asked you. Fuck your sandcastle. Is this the part where I make a joke about destroying the sandcastle validates the run? Can that be a thing? I want to create a thing like that. For no particular reason. So I wonder if the other way I did this was actually faster. Or if this works. Also, worth pointing out, if you're doing bonk hopping, you can just scale that wall with bonk hopping and then not even have to do the puzzle. I should start thinking about what... Well, I guess we already talked about this earlier, about which category I want to learn next. It'll probably be all main stages. Because that's just an extension of this, right? I was gonna do it backwards. I don't trust myself. Oh, I forgot to split on the last one again. Damn it. I could probably put those together into one split. That wouldn't work in the other... No, it wouldn't work in the other one. Because they're not right next to each other. I could probably reroute and do them right back to back for that particular reason. I don't know if it really be worth it. Might lose time in the long run. Imagine getting to skip this in all main stages. Shit. Thought that would be close enough. Try something there, but it didn't work out. I was wondering if the fireballs didn't spawn until after you pressed, like, hit one of the clams. You could, like, avoid having them spawn until later. That's a no. Oh no! The thing happened. I knew this could happen, I've just never seen it happen in one of my runs. Where they, like, you, like, transition too quickly and the camera gets stuck. I knew it was a threat. Fortunately, all things considered, like, I still probably made time back on this stage just because I actually got 300 points. Yeah, they talked about it in the GDQ run I watched. Actually, it wasn't a GDQ run, it was a hotfix run, to be fucking clear. Not like, yeah, what's the difference, right? But yeah, they mentioned it happening. And I was like, yeah, I'll worry about it if it ever happens. Well, there it was. Thankfully, I didn't get, like, I was able to salvage it. Wasn't a Glod because of that, but we're very far ahead. I like instinctively mash during these sections, even though there's nothing to mash. You're just waiting. I wonder why cats. Why did they decide to demonize cats and make the villains cats, right? Was it just because they had the thought to name the supervillain group the Kitty Litter and they thought that was really funny? Was that all there was to it? That and cat puns. I guess there aren't that many cat puns, though, in this game, all things considered. There's more ghost puns in Hauntingham. No, it's like, it'd be speciest, wouldn't it? Well, that was interesting. I'm not sure what I bounced off of there. Ceiling, I guess? How thrilled are you with the fact that this game stars a fox, though, Volpe? You should be, like, on top of the world right now. Oh, I almost did the damage just, dude. I almost... Oh, fuck. This got dangerous very, very suddenly. That almost got real bad. One more hit and I would have had to redo the entire thing. That would have really sucked. I have done that damage list before. I have the achievement. You guys saw it. You were here. Some of you were here. I think I did it in the original Super Lucky's Tale too, right? I didn't do Wrigglemania damage list in that. But I think I did that fight damage list at least. That was a puff of shmoolah smoke, if you will. S-smoke, if you prefer. Okay, yeah. Shut up. Let me go be a hero, damn it. What do you mean you're not a fan? It's a fox, dude! I thought that was your thing. Are you telling me that your entire persona is a facade? And you've been... You lied to me? You lied to me.
Come on.
Probably not even brown, either. I don't think you have to have played it to appreciate it. I did not mean to do that, but it'll make getting 300 coins easier, I guess. So... Now who's gamesist? Okay, this is starting to get to me. Could this stop now, please? Wow, that just went and went and went, didn't it? Rip. Oh no, it did it. I was just about to say it works perfectly fine here. It's just on the final boss where it stops working. And then it was like, got him. Got-ems are not fun in speedruns. Just spitting truth right now. Like, speedruns are not the time for got-ems. That counted? What a load of shit. I think that counted as like 2 failures or something. That was something. Well, that sucks. I was just thinking, hey, maybe let's not mess up like this, like we did last time. Is that a penguin or a seagull? Or a pengull. Seguin. I mean, if it was a community you didn't feel is particularly healthy for you, I don't think there's anything to be guilty over there. Sometimes you gotta cut yourself off from people. I think we've all... we haven't all done it, but like I feel like the older you get, the better chance there is of you having done that at some point in your life. Dude. He's the bane of my existence. I still think I can reroute some things there and potentially make that faster. Just have to tighten up on, like, exactly which gems and coins I'm picking up. Enough with the cutscenes, dude, I know. The door's open, I can't get there yet. I get it. I don't think you have to worry about that, Scarlet. I don't think you have it in you to hurt people, to be honest. The very fact that you'd worry about hurting people tells me you wouldn't hurt people. I know that sounds like cliche as fuck, but I think it's pretty true. people who actively hurt people don't think about hurting people. They just do it because they're too self-centered to ever think of anything other than that. Well, disappointing and hurting aren't necessarily the same thing. And to a point, I feel like that's their problem, you know? But that's also coming from, like, where my own life has led me. Because I used to worry about disappointing people a lot, and then I realized, first of all, those particular people were never not be disappointed. There was... I would never be able to do right in their eyes, so what was the point? And trying was gonna make me miserable, so... why? But at the same time, I suppose I get what you're saying. What makes so much sense? The part about if you are aware enough to worry about hurting people that you probably never will. It's the same thing with, like, I've had this moment before where to put it bluntly, I've talked to people and I've been like, man, I hope I'm not as much of an annoying asshole as, like, person A. And they're like, well, the fact that you worry about being an annoying asshole probably means you're not. Because you know to not act in ways that would be deemed annoying asshole behavior. It's like, yeah. I guess. Now, that being said, it's a two-way street. You may worry about hurting people, but you have to worry about them hurting you too, right? Did I do this too fast and miss the cycle? Oh, it almost did the no damage thing again, dude. Interesting. That's why I say sometimes you gotta cut yourself out from communities or from certain people, because you realize they're no good for you. You're right, Scarlet. Maybe I am an annoying asshole. Thanks for changing my... I hadn't looked at it like that. I get what you're saying, though. What am I doing, dude? I'm just hemorrhaging time making mistakes like that. What's wrong with me? What? That's never happened before. There it is! That's never happened before has blessed the run. Spookaboo? Spookaboo. Please don't get upset by that, Scarlet, by the way. I don't want you to think that you actually made me think I'm an annoying asshole. I already did think I was, so you didn't change anything. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Spookaboo.
One stage left and then 6-minute boss fight. Is Finstagram actually like an in-game thing? I'm very curious. Also, what's the punchline? Or what's the pun there? They're cats, why fins? Right? Am I overthinking that one? Was it something like F because foxes? Was maybe I was really overthinking that one. That still hit me? I'm gonna disagree with that. I think one of my favorite animations in this game is that, like, little roving dirt pile with his tail sticking out. It's just very well done. Shit, I'm gonna go down. That's fine. It doesn't matter. I don't think I wanted to do this. Oh well. We're here now. Thanks, camera, for not alerting me to that being a threat. Wasn't even on screen, dude. That's true, Scarlet. I feel like a lot of people in social media communities could learn that lesson. That, yeah, sometimes just because it's acceptable in one place doesn't mean it's acceptable everywhere. I feel like you'd enjoy this, Fulpe. I don't know, how do you feel about, like, collectathons? Like 3D Mario games and such?
Lucky, over here. Lyra! I'm so glad you're here. How'd you get into the book?
Foolish child.
Yeah, this is fairly similar to Banjo games, too. And Spyro. Some powerful voice lines, dude. Alright, we're not gonna pull any bullshit with the homing attack this time. We learned our lesson. I wouldn't say they're even in the same class, really. They're very different instruments with very different sounds. Okay. Dude. Jump on his fucking head, thank you very much. that was a little uncomfortable. Okay, that was my bad. This is probably the only part of the fight that you could, like, actually lose time on. If you, like, just don't kill these guys quickly enough. It's a smidge uncomfortable. Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't work. Like there. It's very unnerving. I guess I can just... This is not that difficult to split. I can just run forward. There's no dialogue or anything. I can still one-hand it. Like so. Now that's a PB I'm satisfied with. That was Monster Hunter Rise money. I forget, is that gonna be your first Monster Hunter, or did you... You have World, don't you? You just never really got into it or something?
In the end, Lucky did the impossible. Not only did he protect the...
I wonder if I could ever get this down to under 110. Because I didn't really have very many mess-ups in this run. It was mostly just... It would have to be tiny optimizations here and there.
The portals had reopened. What in the world?
I think we're gonna do one more, just because we only have time for about one more, and I don't necessarily want to switch shit around to play something completely different. So I'm probably just gonna do another one of these, just for the sake of practice. And hey, maybe I'll get even a better time. We'll see what happens. And I think that might be world record. I think the world record was like an hour 12. Oh no, it's an hour 7. It's way lower than I thought it was. Never mind. Still, I feel like that's a good time. Like, that's a time I'll be satisfied with submitting. I think I mentioned last week that, like, the times I was coming up with, I was like, nah, I can do better than this before I submit it. Oh, you played a couple with demos, you never bought one, though? Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. I need a bathroom break. And then, like I said, we'll do another run.
even though I'm very content with that time. We have about an hour and a half left in the stream. That's about as long as the runs take. So factor in the break and outros and stuff, and it'll balance out pretty nicely, I think. So I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then we'll start another run up. So stay tuned. I want to do one thing real quick. I was just thinking about this. I want to go back to the train and route out coin pickups. How do I even get back over there? Oh, do I take this? I've never, like, tried to do this, I guess. This is a little scary. But I think I can save probably, like, 10 seconds on the train if I reroute just a little bit. So we're gonna check that out really quick. I'm not too excited yet. I'll be, like, really excited the week of. That's when I'll be like, yo, this is gonna be fucking hype. For now, it's still too long. It's too far away for me to be that excited. Oh, that sucked. The fucking cycle's, like, completely different this time, so... So the big thing I'm not concerned about, but, like, do I need to get those purple gems down there, or am I fine not getting them? No, I've got to get them. It only gets me 246 if I don't come down here. I wonder if I could pick up another, like, diamond somewhere that would make that work. Because I feel like doing that quick loop around there, I guess it probably doesn't save. It probably doesn't lose that much time. I don't think you can stand on the areas that need the lantern without a lantern, no. I think it's not something where they're just invisible. I think they outright don't exist when they're not visible. And Foxington is, like, the post-game area. In the original Super Lucky's Tale, it was DLC. Where's my splits? Okay, let's reset. Yeah, because the lantern slows you down. I'm pretty sure you can't, though. I guess I could go check it real quick. I mean, I almost don't want to bother checking it, because in the speedruns, they still pick up the lanterns, which tells me they had to have checked, right? There's no way that they didn't think of that already and check it. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure, like, they'd be doing that in the in the speedruns if that was a known thing. Mare. You're weird. I came to realize something about Monster Hunter World. I really like the gameplay of Monster Hunter World. And I don't mind the story. But boy, does that game love to talk at you. Which is something I'm not a fan of. I don't know if I could play it again for that reason. I mean, I guess you can skip almost all of the dialogue, but it's still, like, annoying. It's just one of those games that just loves to fucking talk at you. I'm still getting dropped frames, like, every now and then, but it doesn't persist. Like, it hiccups and then it goes back to normal. I don't know if that's on my end or if that's YouTube. I tend to assume YouTube because I haven't noticed any internet problems otherwise. You know what? I should have done this before I brought the stream back up, but I wanted to... I have 6 messages on Discord, and like I told you guys, if I see it, like, be over 5, I tend to be like, I should check to make sure this is nothing important. And it's not that it's nothing important, it's cool stuff, but... I mean, like, you know, life or death situation important. It doesn't look like it, though. Okay. Oh, Lucky's on the starting screen on continue, but when it's a new game, it shows the book. It sucks that, like, if I get this on console and start running it, there's just gonna be, like, 5 minutes just added to my time. Because of load times. Such a bummer. That's another thing we were talking earlier about, like, I don't understand how communities decide to do these things. For this game, they have different leaderboards for PC, Legacy console, which is PS4, Xbox One, and Switch, and next generation console, which is PS5 and Xbox Series X. And that's because of the load times. But with some games, they'll have someone create, like, an algorithm that will take the time and, like, normalize it. It'll, like, subtract all the loading times to get, like, a true time, and then they'll put it all on one leaderboard. So it's like, why don't they do that here? Maybe it's not that easy. Maybe it's as simple as that. I guess with PC it's tricky because you don't know exactly how long a load time's gonna be on PC.
But just when all hope seemed lost, something strange happened. The book reacted violently to Jinx's magic. Whether it did so to defend itself or to protect us, its pages scattered wildly in the storm it unleashed. The portal it opened was violent and unstable, pulling Jinx and his kitty litter.
I mean, it's like 4 years old already. 3 years old? 4? 3, 4? Somewhere around there. Makes sense.
Before the portal closed, it took my little brother Lucky as well. Lucky!
By the way, and a lot of you are gonna think you know where this conversation's going.
Without the guardian sigil,
did anyone see the new Switch Pro leak / rumor?
ever since that day, waiting.
And it upsets me for a reason, as I said, that you wouldn't expect. And that's that I don't think it's a Switch Pro.
Somewhere within the book.
I, like,
My name is Lyris.
people are treating it like it's a Switch Pro.
Out of what remains of the Guardian Order.
I don't think it is. I think it's more accurately like a Switch HD or something.
This is Lucky's tale.
For those that haven't seen it, it was reported that they're basically working on a Switch that has a bigger screen and the dock supports 4K. That's it. It's not more powerful. It just has a bigger screen and supports 4K. That's not a Switch Pro. Like, that's not. I don't know why people are like, oh, Switch Pro. It's like, no, that's not. No. That's more like Switch HD. Also, I still just don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about 4K, so it just doesn't matter to me anyway. I was pressing the wrong button. That's a shitty shit time loss. I think it's newer? I only just heard of it, like, last week. Not even last week, like a couple days ago. It was nice for a while there. I was, like, low-key wanting to thank everybody for not talking about it. Because when I saw it on Twitter, it had to have been on Wednesday, because it was on a day off that I saw it. And I was like, fuck, the next stream, that's all people are going to be talking about. It's just going to piss me off. And nobody brought it up, so I was like, man, awesome. But I also don't want to bring it up myself. Oh, is it old? It's just... Someone was like someone reported on it. You know how people latch to fucking anything Switch Pro, though. For better or worse. Oh no! God damn it. Well, sadly, I think that's already the death of the run. But I don't feel like resetting. I don't feel like sitting through that goddamn cutscene again. Unless something even worse happens, and then maybe we'll reset. Yeah, when I was, this last report, when I was reading about it on Twitter, there were a bunch of people saying, like, they need to just release... They need to announce the Switch Pro already so that YouTube creators will shut the fuck up about it. And I was like, that sounds reasonable. Like, I don't know anyone within our community that's doing that. That's, like, making a video about every single fucking leak. But I could see it being a thing. And I could see that being annoying. But yeah, sometimes that's the frustrating thing about leaks, right? Is that, not even leaks, but rumors. Rumors more so. Is that people just keep talking about it, and it's like, but it's like, you have no reason to believe that that's even a real thing. But that's... I think I'm ahead on... I think I'm behind on coins again. Like, by a lot. That's another thing I gotta figure out here, is... consistent coin pickups on this level. Oh, no, I'm good. I've actually got exactly enough. That's still tighter than I'd like it to be. But... I feel like people have been talking about a Switch Pro since the Switch came out, and that's something I've talked about before, is... I don't like how... I feel like this happens with Nintendo consoles more than anything, but it happens with the other ones too. Like, I'm not gonna pretend like it doesn't. But I feel like Nintendo consoles are very, like, people want them, but it's almost like they're ashamed of wanting them. So instead of just saying, I want to get a Switch, people have been saying for 4 years, I'll wait until the more powerful Switch comes out, and then I'll get one. And then when that one comes out, they're gonna have another excuse and be like, yeah, I'll wait for the next one. Hey, we didn't lose too much time. But yeah, I feel like people have been talking about a more powerful Switch since the original Switch came out. And they've just been dragging their feet and saying, like, now I'll wait for the next one. And I hate that mindset. Not even that mindset, that excuse. Because I think a lot of people that were saying that just didn't want to get a Switch. And it's like, just fucking say that, dude. Like, don't try to strike a balance and pretend like you're interested to, like, seem cool or something, but never actually get one. I feel like that was what it was. It was people that were like, well, it's cool to want a Switch, so I guess I should say I want a Switch, even though I don't. So I'll just have an excuse for why I'm not getting one. Now, that hasn't been a thing in a couple years. That was, like, when the Switch first came out, a lot of people were doing that. It was like they acknowledged it was popular, but they didn't want it to be popular. They were being hipsters. Sometimes that one hits me, and sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, I don't really want a Switch Pro. I don't even want a Switch 2. Like, I feel like the Switch has plenty of life left in it still. And yeah, like Guy said, it's more capable than developers and consumers give it credit for. I don't think it's necessarily something that's necessary yet. That was a little different, Volpe, because the Wii U sucked. So, we talked about the NX a lot because we were like, it's gotta get better than this, right? We were looking forward to what latest and greatest thing was coming next. How it was gonna pay off. Now it's like, the Switch is good enough, dude. Like... I played Freedom Planet, like, years ago. I have it on Wii U. I think I got it from a Humble Bundle or something? I specifically remember, like, where I lived when I played it, so it had to be, like, 2015. Like, late 2015 or early 2016. It was a while ago. I was gonna do it for IndieWary, but we just, like, never got to it. I'm, like, low-key frustrated that we did 2 months for IndieWary and I still didn't get to do everything I wanted to do. It was okay. It was okay. I didn't love it, I didn't hate it. I'd be interested to play 2. I don't know when that's supposed to come out. I missed him again.
Gibble.
Excuse me. Was that the dog?
That was a close one.
I honestly did not like her character, like, at all. I remember that much. I only ever played it as Lilac. I remember wanting to play it as Carol, but, like, I didn't like her playstyle. It was really weird. I don't like young, timid characters like that. Unless they're written, like, very well.
Lines. Herbal 2.
Makes me wonder why Nintendo's throttling the Switch's power, then. Like, there has to be a reason for it. Like I said, I was thinking about throwing it in on IndieWary, it's just... there was never time for it. And it was, like, kind of low on my priority list. Basically, how I did IndieWary is I made a big list of games I wanted to play, and then I just decided which of these do I want to play the most. And it just wasn't very high on that list. That's awkward. The other sad thing is, like, we did 2 months of IndieWary, and still didn't get around to everything I wanted to do. But views were really starting to suffer by the end of it. I think doing 2 months was a mistake. I think that was a little bit too much niche all at once. So sad to say, next year if we do it again, I will probably only do 1 month again. 1 month again. I like this tune. That trick's really funny to me. Because it's one of those tricks that's like a double take trick where you're like, wait, what? The fuck just happened? He wasn't supposed to do that, right? It doesn't even look like it's that wrong. It almost looks like it was intentional. Not intentional. Like the mechanic was intentional. Yeah, they use, like, garbled voice clips. Like Banjo. The original Star Fox. I've related it to The Sims a couple times, because some of the characters legit sound like Sims characters. Well, at this point, we know that companies like EA are full of shit when they say they're waiting for a bigger install base, because the install base is hilariously large. Like, that worked in, like, the first year, where it was like, yeah, okay, I can kind of buy that. Now it's completely unbelievable. Like, there's no way. Like, how fucking big do you want the install base to be? You're just being dicks at this point. At least Ubisoft came around. Ubisoft used to pull the same bullshit with the Wii U, but when the install base got big enough, they changed their tune. Nobody likes EA anyway, though. But I guess that's the issue, is, like, people don't like EA, but mainstream still buys the shit out of their games. So they still have power, unfortunately. Even though most of us are like, nah, EA's a shit company. The mainstream casual audience doesn't know that. Or care. It's a sad thing about, like, boycotts and stuff. I saw that there's some, like, without getting into all the nitty-gritty of it, because I don't know the nitty-gritty of it, there's some Amazon boycott happening this week. And I was like, to a point I respect people that believe in something to that degree. But when a company is as big as Amazon, do you really think boycotting them for a week is gonna fucking matter? Like, do you know how many people shop on Amazon? Like, they're not gonna miss a couple thousand people not using their site for a week. That's not gonna make a difference, right? And EA is kind of the same thing. Like, to stop a company like EA, everyone has to be in agreement that, like, no, this is not okay any longer. And unfortunately, the mainstream it just ate my double jump and was like, nah, fuck you. Unfortunately, the mainstream audience still wants to buy their Maddens and shit, and EA will never be stopped until people refuse that. Same with, like, Call of Duty. Now, Call of Duty is better these days, although Activision is still a money-grubbing company, but they kind of were put in their place for a while there, but that was an issue with Call of Duty, is, like, people were still fucking buying them, so they had no reason to, like, do better, because people were complaining about them, but they were still buying the games, so it didn't matter. I still don't want to restart this run, just because I don't... I guess if we're gonna do it, it's gonna have to be, like, now-ish. We're already gonna have to go overtime to... If we restart the run, which I really don't want to do, so I think we're just gonna go for the sake of practice. And fleshing out my averages, I guess. I think the big one with EA is sports games. Like, if you... And we've talked, we talked to Paul about this once, because he likes playing games like that, but he hates EA. But it's also, what can you do? There aren't an alternative as far as games like that go. That's why monopolies are dangerous, I guess, is what it comes down to. I think that's why Activision lost a lot of power, because there's a lot of shooters on the market. So it was a little bit easier for people to say, we don't like this Call of Duty bullshit anymore, we're just gonna go play something else.
Skill finds, curveball cue.
Yeah, that's something too. If you have Amazon Prime, you effectively can't boycott them. And boycotting for a week is, it just... A week doesn't matter, dude. They have too many users for that to make that big of a difference. Sure, you can do it to make a point, but ultimately, they have no reason to care. Although the problem with canceling, like, a streaming service, too, is, like, you still have that service until your subscription runs out. So if you just renewed your subscription and then you're like, yeah, I'm gonna cancel them because fuck them, you still have it for, like, 3 weeks, and can use it, and could always renew it later. Same with Amazon Prime. You could cancel your Amazon Prime and be like, yeah, that'll show them, but you still have their services for the rest of that payment period. Is that going to show them? I don't think that's going to show them. Yeah, exactly, with EA. And the sports exclusivity. But even then, that's not gonna change if you just keep buying the stuff. I think that was worth the damage boost. We're lucky that EA just isn't just buying everything. They might not have that kind of money, or they might not care. They might not be that invested. So I'm understanding why they call it rip rollers, because that's like... That went horribly wrong again. I think the stuff that bothers me with those boycotts is, like, you see people saying, like, boycott Amazon for a week. Okay. Are you gonna stop watching Twitch for a week? Because Amazon owns Twitch. People get too selective. And I've told a story about this before. Like, 10 years ago, when Capcom was, like, canceling every Mega Man game under the sun, I knew someone who was like, I'm gonna boycott Capcom because this is bullshit. Like, I'm gonna boycott them until they actually start making Mega Man games again. And I was like, okay, that's fine. And then guess what happened? Monster Hunter 4 came out and they bought Monster Hunter 4. And I was like, What happened to boycotting Capcom? And they're like, oh, this is different. No, it's fucking not! No, it isn't. If you're gonna take a stand, take a fucking stand, is all I ask of people that do stuff like that. To be like boycotting Disney, but being like, oh, well, I still really like Marvel movies, so I'm gonna go see Black Widow. It's like, that's not a boycott, then. Like, because Disney owns that. This one still makes me space a little bit on occasion. Go. Or I saw people pointing out with the Disney Plus cancellation, I saw people saying, like, anyone who cancels their Disney Plus subscription should not be allowed into Disneyland once it opens back up. And it's like, yeah, if they want to boycott, they shouldn't be allowed back in. Most people who call boycott don't take it that seriously, though. They want to feel like they're making a stand without actually sacrificing anything. I said that at, about Nintendo at one point, too. Back when people were freaking out about the Smash tournaments. And they were like, oh, they were calling for boycotts and shit. It's like, okay. Maybe we should not let you play Smash when we stream it then. Or Splatoon. Like, and then they were like, oh, you can't do that. That's so bitter and salty. It's like, you're the one calling for a boycott. I'm just holding you to that. Now, it's not to say that everybody calling for boycotts is doing that, of course. Because there are people who are very serious about that stuff. But I think a lot of people do it just because they want to feel like they're powerful. They want to be like, yeah, look what I did. That'll fucking show them. It's like, but they don't... They still want to have their cake at the end of the day. This part's uncomfortable. I don't like this part. I don't know if there's, like, a pure, optimized way of doing that. Now, I will say one of the differences with the Smash example, or Nintendo example in general, is they already bought that game. Like, they already own it, right? It's not like they're using, back on the Capcom example, it's not like they're calling for a boycott and then still buying their products. It's slightly different, but still. When it comes to stuff like that, I'm very put your money where your mouth is. And if you're not willing to put your money where your mouth is, then shut the fuck up. Oh, you don't like the art style of the Diamond and Pearl remakes? So don't fucking buy them then, dude. It's that simple. Not happy with it? Don't buy it. I bet you're still gonna buy it, though. And if that's the case, then shut the fuck up. What am I doing? I know what I'm doing. I'm putting my focus on reading chat, and that's throwing off my routing. Yeah, that's girl caught. I agree with that. Boycotting is sexist. Confirmed. What happened to the Smash boycott? They lost interest. Sephiroth came out and they were like, never mind. Which is why I was like... I didn't make a lot of noise when Sephiroth came out because of that. I think I mentioned it to one person where I was like, hey, look! Everyone who was super mad and wanted to boycott Nintendo, like, oh, they don't seem so unhappy anymore, do they? Now they're all like, oh, thank you for bringing us Sephiroth. Fucking hypocrites. Like I said, I'm perfectly okay with people boycotting things. Just, you know, if you're gonna take a stand, take a fucking stand. Don't half-ass it. That was interesting. I'm not really sure what happened there. Like, I would say my stance with GameStop for several years. When I said I'm done with GameStop, I did not buy anything from GameStop for like 10 years. Like, I was done. It wasn't a, oh, well, this is where, this is the only place I can find it. No, it was like, if that's the only place I can find it, I'm not buying it, because fuck GameStop. Now, I did stop with that eventually, and then I stopped saying I was fucking boycotting them, because I wasn't about to be like, yeah, I'm boycotting them, except for once a year when that's the only place I can find the thing I'm looking for, because that's not a fucking boycott, dude. That's as simple as that. God, this run sucks. But it's okay. Better than having all of this rant being in, like, in a PB video, right? There's kind of a lot of shit with Pokemon in that regard. Now, to be fair, the Pokemon community is so goddamn big that it's probably not the same people saying it. It might look like it. But it probably isn't. Diamond and Pearl, to me, gets as simple as they bitched and bitched and bitched for like a full fucking year about give us 4th gen. They gave us 2 4th gen games and people found reasons to complain. Like, wow. And I think part of it is, I think a lot of people, when it comes to Pokemon, they have their sights set real high. People want to see, like... What's a good example? People want to see, like, this Final Fantasy VII Remake quality Pokemon game. With, like, super hyper-realistic graphics and shit. That, like, people want to see that. And Pokemon's never going to make a game like that, hate to break it to you. So you should maybe stop getting your hopes up. But it also is, when a fan base is that big, the entire fan base isn't going to be happy. Like, no matter what happens. You're going to have the people that are happy, and you're going to have the people that are upset, and the people that are upset are always going to be louder than the people who are happy. That's just reality. Aggressive happiness just isn't a thing. When someone's upset about something, they want to change people's minds and get people on their side. When people are happy about something, they're just fucking happy about it, dude. They're not like, I need to change everyone's minds. They're like, nah, I'm just happy because I'm happy. Simple. More interested in chat at this point, I'm just being real. Yeah, I heard that GameStop made like a council or something, and that people are like, kind of have their hopes up that it's going to improve. Has it been 6 years that they've been complaining up for 4th gen remakes? That's fucking bonkers, dude. I low-key wish they would have announced a Let's Go sequel instead, just to fucking troll them. Like, I would have laughed. I would have fucking laughed. And that's coming from someone where, like, Platinum is probably my favorite Pokemon game. 4th gen is probably my favorite generation. I fucking adored that game. Yeah, that was another one. With Sword and Shield, people kept saying, like, oh, Pokemon has outgrown Game Freak. They need to give it to another company. Game Freak just isn't up to the task anymore. And now they did give the remakes to a different company, and people are like, dude, what the fuck? Like, huh? I feel like Pokemon's more toxic than Zelda. Zelda's different in that Zelda actually has that aggressive happiness thing going on. Like they actually do have that going on, where it's like people like something and they like aggressively like it, where they have to like try and force everyone else to like it. Like, if you dare say you don't like Ocarina of Time, people who like it are gonna, like, climb up your fucking ass to try and change your mind. So it's toxic, it's just toxic in a very different way. And that's kind of the thing. I feel like all communities are potentially toxic, they're just toxic in different ways. Didn't I do that last time, too? I think the unique thing with the Pokemon fan base is that it's so large that you more or less have casuals versus hardcores. And I think that's kind of where some of the problem comes in. I would argue, and I could be wrong on this, but I would argue that most people who are Gen 1ers are probably super casual fans that have only played Gen 1. That's probably why they're Gen 1ers. So I think when people hear that someone says that Generation 1 is their favorite, they automatically assume, well, he hasn't played anything else, so now I have to bully them into, no, this is actually better. Have to change your mind, because clearly you're just uneducated. And it's like... Which, to a point, I kinda get it. I don't think there's anything wrong with only playing, like, one game in a franchise and liking it. I think there's a problem with saying you're a massive fan of that franchise when you've only played one game. I think that's misleading. It comes back to what we were saying earlier about, like, people wanted to say they wanted a Switch because they wanted to kind of look cool. And I think people do that. I think they're like, oh, I fucking love Mario games. Mario games are, like, the best fucking thing. Oh, which Mario games have you played? Odyssey? And that's it? It's like, oh. So you don't fucking love Mario games. You fucking love Mario Odyssey. There's a difference. The problem is they don't realize that they're using that as a conversation starter. And inevitably, people are going to... It's going to turn into talking about the entire franchise and not just that one game, right? You see this with Final Fantasy VII a lot, you see it with Symphony of the Night a lot, where people will say, like, oh yeah, I fucking love Castlevania. It's like, oh no, I've only ever played Symphony of the Night. It's like, okay, so you love Symphony of the Night. Which, there's nothing wrong with that, but when you phrase it as... I love the entire franchise, inevitably people are going to want to talk about the entire franchise. And it maybe sounds ridiculous to refer to something as, like, social behavior as, like, false advertising, but it kinda is. And I think it becomes natural for... There's, like, that one game where if someone says that's their favorite, you tend to assume that's either the only one you've played, or you read that opinion online. Whether that's Final Fantasy VII, Symphony of the Night, Mega Man 2. Whenever you hear those, you're like, oh, so you just don't have an opinion of your own, is what you're telling me. And I think first gen is potentially that. It's safe, right? Zelda has that problem too. It's safe to say you like A Link to the Past, or Ocarina of Time, or Breath of the Wild. No one's gonna really argue and be like, yeah, you wrong. Most people are just gonna be like, oh yeah, that's considered a good game. You have a good opinion. Except it's not an opinion. If you actually like to talk to people about their opinions, you're gonna very quickly be like, I want something more than I like the game everyone else likes. I was gonna say, I fucked up! Nope, I can just go this way. That's totally fine. One thing that's kinda nice, because this would be completely idiotic, is if you saw Pokemon fans arguing over, like, the best Pokemon. Because there's fucking 800 of them, dude. Like, how is that even a conversation? I'm sure people do it, but it's like... You don't see it a lot. At least there's 8 generations. You can see how that would become a conversation. But to try and argue that one Pokemon is better than all other 799, that's complete insanity. And again, specifically best. People are allowed to have favorites. That's totally fine. I need to see more about the remakes before I decide on it. I really like Generation 4, so I'm interested, but I'm not gonna lie that from what they showed us, it just doesn't look like it's... It's not a $60 game, is maybe my problem. Looking at the remakes, I'm like, no, these don't look like $60 games. And unfortunately, Nintendo's getting me in a state of mind where I'm being very picky about what I spend $60 on, because they demand $60 for fucking everything now. I'm more interested in Legends at the moment. And even that's, like, not super interested. I'm more intrigued than interested. I'm really glad that they're getting the opportunity to show us more about, like, the past of that world. Because I think that's something they've been wanting to do for a very long time. And they've just never found the correct outlet to do it. So I think that's super cool. I have concerns about, like, the gameplay, I guess. But we haven't seen much on it, so I also feel like it's unfair to have concerns. It's more just, tell me more. I'm listening. Just don't get up your own ass with fucking legendaries, and we can talk. It's fine. Leave the up your own ass with legendaries for the movies, in my opinion. If anything, and this would be tricky to do, I think, admittedly. I think it would almost be more interesting if, like, what if instead of putting a big focus on the legendaries, they put a big focus on your starter Pokemon? Because then it's a Pokemon you're actually traveling with since the start of the game. It's a little bit more connected to your experience, right? That keeps it as being a part of your story, and not just some random god that's a god of what do we not have a god for yet. Like, who cares? That's not a part of my story. And I think trying to force it to be a part of your story isn't necessarily the way to go. Because they tried to do that in Sword and Shield, right? But it's like, they tried to be like, you know, you're special. You're the fucking chosen one. You're the one that teams up with the Sword and Shield Pokemon to save the region and all that shit. But why? Why am I special? Other than main character syndrome. Like, why? There was no reason for why we were special. Because we're a really good Pokemon trainer? So, the games are fucking easy. That's not an achievement. I think if they made it focused on, like, it needs to be an extension of you as the player, I think. It'd be like if in Marvel's Avengers you were just playing a random dude, and the whole story was like, look how cool Iron Man is. It's like, I don't fucking care. This is my story. I'm the one with fucking superpowers. I'm the one that can shoot fucking ice lightning from my fingertips. Why is it all about Iron Man? I feel like that's the best comparison I can think of in terms of what I don't like about Pokemon stories. Either that or just let me play as the fucking legendary, right? Just, if the legendary is supposed to be important, then just do that. Just go all in. Now, if that's what you can do in Legends, if you get Arceus in the first, like, 2 hours and you can ride him around the world and shit, sure, that sounds pretty cool. And that actually makes it feel like it's integral to the overall game experience. But if it's you go through your journey and then in the last 5 minutes before you fight the champion, oh yeah, you gotta go fight Arceus, who fucking cares, dude? Who cares? It's just tacked on at that point. It's a shot at Eternatus, if that wasn't obvious. It was probably obvious. You know what excites me about... Was it Shining Diamond and... I forget what the Pearl one is called. Fun fact, I have Pearl. I still own it. I'll probably get Diamond if I get it, though. You know what I'm looking forward to? Barry. Barry's an awesome fucking rival, dude. Like, he wasn't like a bully rival like Gary, but he was just fucking quirky and funny. Like, he was just a fun rival. I'd probably put him in, like, my top 3 rivals in all of Pokemon games. Like, I thought he was just fun to travel with. He was just goofy, but he wasn't, like, obnoxiously so. I don't remember him being one of those rivals where it's like, dude, you can barely even Pokemon battle. Like, what the fuck? How are you supposed to be a rival, exactly? Which, 5th gen had that problem. Where the rivals were like, who fucking cares? You guys suck. Sixth gen had that problem too, X and Y, where they were like, how about you have 4 rivals, but they all suck? It's like, okay, cool. It's not immersive, dude. That was almost bad. Brilliant, Pearl. Also, Galactic has fucking awesome battle music. I can't wait to hear the remixes of those. Yeah, see, I kind of remember Barry actually being, like, a capable trainer, too, which was cool. I thought he was well-rounded. He wasn't super edgelord tryhard like some of the other ones are, but they don't need to be, honestly. Because at this point, I think we're at a point in society where if we get more Silvers as rivals, we're just gonna be like, yo, dude, he's just a bully. Like, he's just a shitty character. Like, who cares? Sixth gens were okay. I didn't hate them. Mostly because they did learn from a mistake in 5th gen. A lot of 5th gen's problem was, like, not only were they bad trainers, but you had to fight both of them every single fucking city. But they never got any better. So you were like, why am I having to fight you again? Like, this is, it's free experience. This is dumb. They didn't do that in X and Y. The rivals all sucked, but you only fought all of them, like, 3 times total each. And it was spread throughout the entire game. Which did make it significantly more tolerable. God, I hated the storytelling in 5th gen in general. I couldn't fucking stand. It was such fucking, like, reject anime bullshit. Like, it was so bad. It blows my mind that that's actually what some people like about 5th gen. Like, a lot of the people, if you ask them what they like about 5th gen, it's the fucking story. And I'm like, dude, do you like bad stories? Because how else could you like this? This is awful. The correct answer is, the Pokemon in 5th gen were super fucking cool. Lots of really interesting designs, lots of really interesting new type combinations. That was the best part about it. Yeah, I still have my copies of Pearl, Platinum, and Soul Silver. Traded in white, because I hated it. I was like, this game sucks. And then everything else I bought digitally, which I'm not sure if that's a mistake or not. So I still have X and I still have Moon. Wait, did I get Moon digital? I think I did. I think I did. Didn't get Sword and Shield digital, though. If I remember correctly, I had to get Moon digital just because of, like, where I lived at the time. That I was like, if I want to play it now, I have to get it digital. Like, I'm not going to be able to get my hands on it physically very easily. I did hear that Black 2 and White 2 were better. I never played them personally, but I've heard from a couple people that said they were much better. Good luck doing this part without... Like, even if you could jump on these platforms without the lantern, good luck fucking doing it. This would be hard. Yeah, and was he even the villain? I don't know, he was a shitty character, though. He's a villain in that regard, because he made the game worse. I don't think he was technically the villain, though. I don't know, I stopped giving a shit because that story didn't give a shit, honestly. What did I miss? It's one of the cubes. I missed one of these guys? I missed both of them. Did I just walk past them? I could have sworn I attacked those. Oh well, that sucks. Shitty run continues to be shitty. I don't know if he's in the sequel, right? That's probably why Black 2 and White 2 are better. Because they were like, hey, let's just get rid of this shitty character that doesn't do anything or mean anything. I don't know, a lot of it is like I said. You're probably noticing a pattern here. The usually the problems I have with Pokemon games are usually focused on this, and that's when we talked about it a bit with Legends, right? Pokemon to me is like, we're the Pokemon trainer. It's our story. And the ones that specifically make it not our story are typically the ones where I'm like, yo, fuck this game. Or even when they try to make you share the spotlight. But even then, that can be done well. That's not always bad. I'm fucked. I'm gonna have to do this the manual way since I'm already low on health. Like in Sun and Moon, I thought Lily was an amazing character. So I think there, they made you sharing the spotlight completely fine. Because they gave you a character that was, like, compelling and relatable. Hop wasn't. Hop was the other side of that coin, where they were just like, what if we made the character that you're sharing this experience with completely fucking intolerable? Coincident, and then, on the other hand, 5th gen makes it about someone else entirely. It's not even your story, it's someone else, it's some other dude's story, but like, who cares, dude? If it's his story, why aren't I playing as him? Why aren't we playing as N if this is his story? Because then you'd ruin the... Well, then it's not your Pokemon trainer, it's not your journey. Then stop making it about him, dude! You don't know why they're called N? Edgy? I don't fucking know. That game's like one of the most anime things I've ever experienced. And that's coming from someone who played Genshin Impact. I think it was the least believable evil team, too. Like, their nonsense was just dumb. They were, like, fighting for the freedom of Pokemon, but they were using captured Pokemon to do it. And I was like, how is anyone falling for this bullshit? How is anyone looking at these guys and thinking, yeah, this is clearly fine? Like, excuse me?
Spookaboo. Bah.
Yeah, I could see that guy. I think there were old Pokemon, but there weren't many, right? And yeah, I kind of like it when the games do that. Not many of the games do that. Third gen kinda did it, but like third gen Pokemon just weren't as good. So it was kind of like, it didn't work as well. 5th gen just had good designs, whereas 3rd gen didn't. 3rd gen was just like, we need another Rattata, get on it. Did you finish, not Pidgey yet? We'd need new Geodude ready, like, now. Like, they weren't interesting, it was just the same shit. It was trying too hard to just copy Generation 1 and just do it all over again. 5th didn't do that. As much. You could say to a point that all of the games have done that, but... But I would, if they were to... People would complain because, well, we don't get the whole Pokédex. But if they came out and said 9th generation is gonna be only new Pokemon, I'd be like, fuck yeah, that sounds awesome. Absolutely, I'm in. Yeah, I did like how X and Y had, like, every route had, like, 8 fucking Pokemon on it. I still think that X and Y is perhaps the best Nuzlocke, just because of the variety you can get. You could probably do, like, 10 runs through that game and have different teams every time, which is really cool. Now, the game's kinda easy, which sucks, but... And that's the thing, I feel like they need to go one way or the other with that, which is, I guess, is why people didn't like no National Pokédex, because I feel like you gotta go one way or the other. If you're gonna add only a few new Pokemon, then you gotta add, like, all of the old ones, too. And then just make it like X and Y, where the routes just have a ton of shit on them. Thing is I felt like Sword and Shield had enough new stuff, too, so... God, why do I keep dropping frames tonight? It's only been, like... It's been 0.3% of the entire stream, so it's not that big of a deal, but it's still like, what's going on? They are, but like... X and Y was even really easy, even by that standard. That was like, I did an X and Y Nuzlocke like a long time ago. It was so easy that I lost interest. Like, I got bored. Because I was like, this is just too fucking easy. You'd almost have to restrict yourself to, like, no starter or no mega evolutions and stuff like that to kind of, like, balance it out. No experience share. Otherwise, it's just way too easy. It's tricky because some of the Pokemon games are very bad Nuzlocks, in my opinion, because of how grindy they get. Because we did that Crystal Nuzlocke, right? And I had a lot of fun with that up until we got to the Elite Four, and then I was like, oh, cool. So, normally, when you'd get to the Elite Four in, like, first, second generation, they're, like, 10 levels higher than you. So you're just like, well, I'll just die to them and just grind out levels while fighting the Elite Four. You can't do that in a Nuzlocke, which means you instead have to grind for like 28 hours straight to even get like 2 levels for everyone on your team. It's stupid slow and boring. I'd probably do more Nuzlocks, but I feel like a lot of the games just aren't balanced well for it. You also have the problem with first generation, especially, where every Nuzlocke in first gen, you're gonna have the same fucking team. Like, I think third gen might have that problem too, to an extent. The first, like, 6 Pokemon you catch are always gonna be, like, the same Pokemon, with, like, maybe one of them being different, depending on if you find a Wingull or not. That was a little odd. I didn't think that was gonna hit him. So here's something I want fact-checked. I was thinking about this the other night. The whole concept with Pokemon Legends is you're supposed to be, like, creating the first ever Pokedex, right? I thought Oak created the first Pokedex. Like, in the first game. I thought that was the whole concept of the first game. Or was his dream just to complete a Pokedex? Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it wasn't making it so much as completing it. Now that I say that out loud, I'm like, yeah, I think it's that he was trying to complete it, not make one. Well, that was a shitty run. X and Y did a lot right, but the post-games were empty. But I think that's a problem that every Pokemon game has. even when they add a post-game, you kind of see all there is to see pretty easily. Like, even in Sword and Shield, they had the raids, and they were super cool, but eventually it got to a point where it's like, there's no, like, progression here.
Not only did he protect the Book of Ages,
I mentioned a couple times about how, like,
but he managed to reconnect.
they needed, like, a level system for your, like, raiding power or something. Where, like, you could level up and get, like, skills that would, like, help with support in raid battles and stuff. It needed a little bit more to it. It was a little too what you see is what you get, and that's what Pokemon post-game is. Unless you are...
Super cool, Lucky.
Unless you're really into competitive battling, all Pokemon post games are basically just that. It's very you do it and you're like, okay, that's what it is. Like, there's not more to it than that. It's just this. And I think that's a problem all of the games have. Yeah, I don't know. I don't buy into, like, why are they different starters? Like, that seems weird to me. And it's such a random selection at that. I don't know. Like I said, I'm very intrigued by that game. I can't at this point say if I'll, like, completely buy it or not, but I'm interested. I definitely want to see more. I'm very supportive of them breaking conventions and doing different things, for sure. And I think that's what led to them making 2 Sinnoh games. I think they realized they wanted to make one that completely broke free of conventions, but they knew that purists were going to not be happy with that. And so they were like, well, why don't we just make 2? Why don't we make one that's completely different and make one that's a carbon copy? But if they wanted to give a variety of starters, like, that's a lazy way of doing it, is the problem. If they wanted to add variety, but not just make new starters, then why not make it, like... make it different types. Make it, like, ice, ground, and rock or something. That's how you add variety. Well, I don't even think of it from a perspective of what are they doing in this region. I don't give a fuck about that, because...
Jinx and the kitty litter are safely behind bars. And as Lucky's older sister,
cares?
I couldn't be more proud of my little brother. But
I just think, well, what
Lucky
made you
wants
pick
to earn
these
his own
3?
sigil and become a guardian.
Why'd you pick
You have
3
to
random
series of
starters and one of
quests
them is one of the most
called
popular
Guardian
starters
Tribes.
ever? Why aren't they
All
just
the symbols
some
my
of the
team
most
is
popular
tested.
starters
Mind,
ever?
body,
Why
and
isn't it
spirit.
Rowlet and
Chip is my second in command and keeps everyone on their toes.
whatever the fuck Greninja's first form was
And
called,
Lid is more than
and
just a bookworm.
Blaziken
She's a
or
strategic
something?
mastermind.
Why didn't you just make them all, like, super
And
popular?
finally,
Instead you picked
there's the
one
big
that's super
one.
popular and
One
2
of
that, like,
Restful Retreat's
no
greatest
one
Yeti
really cares
fighters.
about.
His resilience and endurance are
Like,
legendary.
why? And
It won't be
why
easy,
specifically
but Lucky
those
is a
from
tale.
specifically
He was
those
born for
regions?
this.
Why didn't they just
Go
pick
get him,
3
little
starters
brother.
from one
Show
region?
this team you've got what it takes to be a real guardian.
Is there gonna be a reason behind that, or are they? Was it just random? They just picked them out of a hat. And in a game like Legends, why do we even get starters? Why don't they just give us Pokeballs and send us out and say, just fucking throw Pokeballs at something. Why do we even get starters? How cool would that be? If they just gave us Pokeballs and just said, go on. Have fun. And you could just pick from anything you fucking see out in the field. And just be like, that's it. That'd be super cool. I feel like the whole concept of starters is... tired? Is that the right word for it? Like, I don't get excited about starters anymore. It's just another convention that's there because they've been doing it from the beginning. I don't know, like I said, I'm intrigued about that game, but I'm also worried about it. Like, I'm concerned. But they don't realize that, like, the very fact that we get a starter in every single game makes them feel not unique. Right? It's so, like... been there, done that. And again, why us? Because, like... you ever notice that? Like... it's main character syndrome, and that's something I think I'm sick of in Pokemon games. It's not like every single trainer you run into has one of those 3 starters. So why us? Why are we so special? It might be a be careful what you wish for thing, but I almost want like a Breath of the Wild Pokemon game, where they just fucking throw it all out the window and just start from scratch and make it completely different, and just see what happens. I don't think they'll ever do that, though. I think they're too scared to do that. With a main title, that is. Alright, this, another nice thing with these runs is they fit into a stream very nicely. So that's super cool. So that run sucked, but our PB is pretty good. So I'm pretty happy with that. That's better. That's a better PB than what I wanted. Like what my goal was. I wanted to get a PB, but I didn't have my mind set on it. Like, I think I was aiming for like 112. So it's like, it's about what I wanted, I guess. But Shane, that's the thing. Like, they add all this character customization for the main character now so we can all look different, right? Which is super cool. But, like... but we all have the same starters. That's something I don't like about legendaries, because there's nothing special about them when everyone fucking has them. You're supposed to feel like... it's splitting the difference too much, I guess. Because like I said, you never run into any trainers that have these starter Pokemon. You're supposed to feel special. Same with the legendaries. You're supposed to feel special. But then as soon as the game becomes a multiplayer endeavor, everyone has the same shit. So it's like, okay, well now I'm not special anymore. Also, I'd love to see them make the main character... let us pick adult Pokemon trainers. I think that would be super cool. Make it that you could pick either a kid, boy or a girl, or an adult man or a woman. I think that would be super cool. They have to acknowledge the fact that a lot of their player base has been with them for 20 years now, and we might appreciate something like that. And again, it adds variety. So that everyone playing doesn't look exactly the same. That's why I was saying stuff about shinies. Like, back in Let's Go, I think. Add more than one shiny. Have, like, 3 shiny variations for every Pokemon. And then, like, 3 or 4. And then make them more common. Because then it's just... It's different. Everyone's different. And I think that would be cool. That's why I don't really like... That's why I say, bring us a 9th generation that is all new Pokemon. Because I don't want to see someone running around with a Gengar anymore. I fucking get it. Gengar's cool. Yeah, I like Gengar, but I'm fucking sick of it. Like, I don't need to see that anymore. It's boring. Pick something else. There's like 50 billion ghost types in the game now, and people are still just like, Gengar. It's like, ugh. We get it. It's the same reason why people are fucking sick of Marth and Smash Brothers and shit, because fucking everyone plays him. It gets boring. I don't know. Pokemon's a tricky thing, and I mentioned this, I think, last week, or whatever week the Direct was, where I feel like I can still see the potential in Pokemon. I think there's still a very great potential there, and some might argue, well, they've already hit their potential, and it's like, well, yeah, to a point. I think it could potentially be even better than it already is, but I think they're afraid of making it better than it already is. Like, maybe not afraid, maybe they're complacent. Like, they don't necessarily want it to be better. It's already good enough, and they're like, well, we already make all this money, so who cares? Just, it feels like they're phoning it in a lot of the times. That's why Legends excites me, because it looks like something new and something different. And it's not just the same goddamn thing again. Because Sword and Shield had new bells and whistles, right? But it was still, at its core, a very simple Pokemon game. There's one difficulty that isn't hard at all. Everyone has the same goddamn Pokemon eventually. That's the sort of... I want to see innovations in Pokemon, and I don't think they're necessarily ever going to do that, which leaves me feeling like maybe it's time for me to move on. Maybe those games just aren't for me anymore, if they're not going to be doing something different. Which is, like, heartbreaking, right? Because I do think it's a really cool franchise, but there's something that stops me from being like, yeah, this is, like, one of the greatest franchises. I feel like I could be an even greater fan if they had, like, if they had the gumption to take it just a little bit further. But they don't. They don't seem to have that. They're just kind of like, eh. Play it safe. Our fan base will buy anything, even if they don't like it. Case in point, 4th gen remakes. Like, people are bitching about the art style. People are still gonna fucking buy it. Just, like I said, it's disheartening. Anyway. I'm tired. I'm hungry. That'll be it for tonight. This was a lot of fun, though. I got a PB that I'm pretty satisfied with. I'm gonna have to download this and cut that out to put it in, to re-upload it so I can submit it to the leaderboards. We probably won't continue doing this game next week. I mentioned this, like, very earlier in the stream, that I have the next couple Speedrun Sundays, like, pretty much planned out. I think next week, we're just gonna do random Mega Man games, just 1 through 6. We're just gonna de-rust, see what happens, start getting a feel for the game with that turbo mode on that Twain found. Well, we knew it was there, we just didn't know entirely what it did. With the goal of then the week after that, we're probably gonna do 46 Robot Masters, and then just, you know, whatever run I feel like I need to work on. Leading up to, one, I need to de-rust for when Twain and I do our races, which I believe are on, like, the 20th and the 27th, I think is the nights they're on. Yeah, 20th and 27th. So I want to de-rust before that, and then while I'm at that, I might as well try and get a better 1 through 6 time, so that I can actually try to submit that to the leaderboards. Yeah, Legacy Collection has a turbo mode that basically removes slowdown. So wherever the games get like really laggy because there's a lot of shit on screen, that doesn't happen anymore. And that kind of gives like, to a point I'm like kind of a purist and I don't like playing stuff like with stuff like that on, but I feel like in the sake of getting better speedrun times, I might as well turn that on because it's free time save basically. But there might be some adjustment to get used to because the games are going to feel a little bit different. So yeah, I have a lot of plans for Speedrun Sunday going forward. It felt good to get back to it. So, we have a couple pixel redeems that you guys put into. I think the only ones left are JMTs actually, but we'll get to those eventually too. One of them was Sonic Forces. That one I'm probably gonna put off for a while, just because I think I might have to completely relearn that game. Because I went really hard on that game for like a couple weeks, right? But then I haven't touched it since, so I feel like I probably forgot a lot of what I learned. I might have to like rewatch my PB to kind of like study it and refresh my memory. But yeah, we're gonna stick with that for a while. Otherwise, tomorrow, Eno and I are gonna check out Moving Out. I don't know how many streams we're gonna get out of that. I figure it'll be at least 2, if not more. We'll see. Tuesday, we're gonna continue with Scourgebringer, because goddammit, that game is fucking hard, and yet I can't quit it. Like, I want more, because it's very fun and it's very satisfying to get, like, a good, strong run going in that game. So I want to give that at least one more chance. Wednesday will be off, and then the plan is that Thursday and Friday we're going to start Final Fantasy VII Remake. Those plans might change, but I think that's pretty much locked in. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to try and get that played through before Monster Hunter comes out, is basically my plan. But as I mentioned earlier, my plan once Monster Hunter does come out is we'll basically have 5 stream nights a week. We'll have the speedruns on Sunday. We'll have 2 Monster Hunter nights, and then we'll have 2 nights with whatever other game is we're playing at the time. So if we don't finish that before Monster Hunter, we'll just continue with it through April at that point. But yeah, anyway. Thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. Thank you to Flapper for bringing the raid over earlier. I think that's it. Like I said, we'll do Moving Out tomorrow. We did that during a demo stream months and months and months ago. And since I have the Steam version, we'll be able to do the screen sharing to actually play it multiplayer, because it doesn't have online for some unknown reason. And then, yeah, Scourgebringer, and then more speedruns on Sunday. But like I said, it probably won't be this game. I'm probably going to put this down until I potentially buy it on console. And then I'll go a little bit more serious into it. So, thank you all again for hanging out tonight. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I keep feeling like I'm forgetting something, but I don't know. I did Pixels. So yeah, take it easy before I continue to sit here and wonder what it is I'm forgetting. I'm gonna remember as soon as I switch to the end screen, because that's how it goes.